where they can't be. And this is for the ones who are in need of family. This is for the ones who need holiday healing. We can give each other that if the song is how you're feeling. Many children who need to feel they're loved. Many parents who miss their children's hugs. This year all I want is to mend our hearts. Please reach out if yours is in parts. I feel excitement, soon there'll be many finds. And since it's been dark for so long, we will treasure the lights. So this is for the ones who long for where they can't be. And this is for the ones who are in need of family. This is for the ones who need holiday healing. We can give each other that if the song is how you're feeling. This year someone heartbroken will wish for a home. This year someone who's hurting will skip on seeing their folks. This new year will have many resolutions, 'cause I know we feel it, this need for revolution. So this is for the ones who long for where they can't be. And this is for the ones who are in need of family. This is for the ones who need holiday healing. We can give each other that if the song is how you're feeling. I love you all. Hope you have a happy Yule and a Merry Christmas. Hey kid, don't ever let them get inside your head. They'll tell you what to do in life instead of everything you know that you could get. Don't let them guide your life towards regret. I'll fight for what I love with every breath. My past is filled with things I won't forget. I use them all to push me to my best. So treat the worst of times just like a test. If only I could go back in time, I'd tell myself that everything will end up alright. Just push yourself, test yourself, figure out what you like, and find your limits, don't be rigid, always work towards a prime. Surround yourself with open minds, people can change your life. A few friends with intent can help you feel alive. Find a passion, take some action, and with a little time, just be patient, make a statement, try to enjoy your life. They'll try to kick you while you're down. They wanna rise up while you drown. They wanna fill your head with doubt. They're silently scared that you'll figure it out. I'll make it look like I'm losing, won't bother hiding my bruises. And when they finally think you're wounded, then it's your chance to be ruthless. Make some progress, I can see that they compare. I think everyone's against me, maybe something in the air. Am I paranoid? I swear a void is forming and they're scared. I walk a straight path, not many can say that. I like to play fast, cross me and there's payback. You better pray that I don't see your face at any place that I go. I know you hate that. I've been doing fine, I'm not wasting any more time. I live for the fight and the climb, and I think that the pain that's deep inside is what defines. So I won't give up, I'm gonna make it to the top. I don't care what's in my way, I swear I'm never gonna stop. I could fall flat on my face and I swear I will get back up, cause I don't deserve a thing and the road ahead is tough. They'll try to kick you while you're down. They wanna rise up while you drown. They wanna fill your head with doubt. They're silently scared that you'll figure it out. I'll make it look like I'm losing, won't bother hiding my bruises. And when they finally think you're wounded, then it's your chance to be ruthless.
When there's nothing left but the fire in my chest and the air that fills my lungs, I'll hold my tears and trade my ears for a glimpse at kingdom come. On the other side of misery, there's a world we long to see. The strife we share will take us there to relief and sovereignty. Oh my God, we'll have our home again. My God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. My God, we'll have our home. In our own towns, we're foreigners now. Our names are spat and cursed. The headline smack of another attack, not the last and not the worst. Oh, my fathers, they look down on me. I wonder what they feel to see their noble sons driven down beneath a coward's heel. Oh, my God! whilst my eyes they strain to see. I struggle forth to find a friend to light the way for me. Oh, brothers, can you hear my voice, or am I all alone? If there's no fire to guide my way, then I will start my own. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. My God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home.
Blood and sweat and tears and rage, and here we come to have our home again. Featured stories today. Misha Petrov review the rise of anti-white discrimination. Maybe you remember her from quite a few months back. A Derek Chauvin update. Jesse Waters review of the child in blackface paint and Elon Musk to advertisers. F yourselves and X will die. Turning federal lands into migrant camps. Why not? Crime reaching high-profile folks right here in Washington, D.C. And Michael Latt, a self-described social justice warrior, murdered by the anti-whiteism that he and anti-whites create. And of course, we have, as in the title, Israel had Hamas battle plan. It says a year before the actual attack. Your comments, calls, and questions. And then there's this. It's all about perspective. I know a guy who works out every day. He reads 2 books a week and has sex as often as 3 times a day. And yet, all he can do is complain about being in prison. That is, boy, I mean, you got it good, you got it bad. I mean, it's just a simple perspective. That's all it is. It's a good Sunday evening, Monday morning, and here in service to white well-being, it is glory. Yes, we are going to be setting the world on fire, metaphorically, with love, of course. White roses blooming all across planet Earth. One people, many countries, a warm Promethean white Christmas and Yule to every single one of you. It is 5 p.m. in once great state of Virginia, right here across from Mordor on the Potomac. That's right that way, sort of this way, sort of. And it is 7 in Sydney, 10 in London, midnight in Moscow. And we get closer and closer to a Promethean white Christmas and Yule by the day. It is so wonderful to be here with you all. You may financially gift while we are together. Always in victories here, always in victories. Not observers of the game, not observers and watchers of what's taking place in the world, but actual agents of change in service to white well-being, ladies and gentlemen, which is the well-being of everyone across Western civilization. The people, the only community having any successes and victories. It is glorious to be here. It is wonderful to be in this time with you all in the history books that are being pinned at some point in the future. Ladies and gentlemen, you may financially gift over the course of this gathering. You could do so on Entropy, which is up and running. You can do so on Cash App, up and running. You can do so on Subscribe Star, up and running. You can do so on D Live, up and running. You can do so on Odyssey, up and running. If you would like to financially gift with cryptocurrencies, you can do so on Odyssey with their cryptocurrency, D Live with their cryptocurrency, Cash App with several different types of cryptocurrencies. And you can head on over to nowhyguilt.org, nowhyguilt. gofreeclub.org. You can click on the financial gift tab and you'll see 5 wallets or so that you may financially gift to yours truly, all anonymous, and we will recognize those the following week as anonymous gifts if they ever happen again. Haven't happened since February of this year was the last cryptocurrency financial gift. So we'll be keeping an eye open for those things just in case. Otherwise, you can tag me as No White Guilt. No white guilt. The most revolutionary thing that you can say during this age of anti-whiteism in which we live. No white guilt. That you have no white guilt. Tag me as @ No White Guilt. It will turn a color for me, and then it will bring my eyes, my very blurry vision, my somewhat blurry vision to whatever it is that you have written, and I will look in and I will see what you have written. Awesome to be here with you all. Why don't we go ahead? As you can see, it's raining here in the nation's capital, Mordor, on the Potomac. It is raining, so I reached out to our artificial intelligence, the most intelligent artificial intelligence on planet Earth, Maximilian von Fock. And he has supplied us with a view onto Christmas scenes, live Christmas scenes around planet Earth. And they are coming through our window right now. Look how glorious it is. And you can see that he has also already fixed us up a gorgeous tree in the closet. It's actually there. And there are presents there for yours truly, naturally. Isn't that wonderful? And it'll be nothing but Christmas trees and presents moving forward, especially as we get ready to open up Misha Petrov. Misha Petrov, we'll throw that on the screen right now. You'll remember her. But ladies and gentlemen, I am so excited. My good brothers and sisters in service to white well-being, and ladies and gentlemen who are here just observing or watching in replay, 5 years suppressed this December and still chugging along. It can't be stopped. We're going to be talking about Born Guilty a little bit later in the gathering today, so don't miss that. We're going to be getting into some of the details about Born Guilty, where it got started, maybe answering some of your questions. We're going to be touching upon it over the course of this month because it can't be stopped. The efforts to silence Born Guilty began at Amazon. Actually, technically, you could go even further back. And then once published, it was immediately suppressed by fanboys of Jim Goad and all that they could do to prevent our message from reaching our brothers and sisters. We'll talk about that as well, if you all remember that little bit of history. But it's wonderful to be with you all. Let's get started. Misha Petrov, you all might remember, was a new YouTuber at one point, and she erupted onto the scene. She was absolutely explosive, came onto the scene. She's a pretty young girl, and naturally, if she says anything that is white sympathetic, implicit in her case, then all these eyes are going to go to her, and they're going to say, what do you have to say, honey? Because I know that you're like 17 years old, but you have deep insight that is worthy of being heard. I need to hear what you have to say. So quick, subscribe, click that bell when I have everything. How many accounts does she have on how many platforms? I'm going to watch them all. And that's what people did. And we saw Misha and we said, you know what would be nice, as we always do here in service to white well-being. We have our glorious champions. And they said, well, you know what we need to do is we need to empower Misha, and we need to reach out to Misha and teach her the concepts that will make her powerful. The white magic, the spells, the white magical spells that we wield here in service to white well-being that undermine the psychological warfare known as anti-whiteism. And so we began reaching out, didn't we, folks? Team White Well-Being, some solos. Of course, we focused intelligent aforethought. All of this is grand strategy here. All of it is grand strategy. A lot of the women in our community reached out. And I noticed that Misha, in many cases, seemed not to be interested. She was really going the cuck route. And but it seems that we are finally getting through to young Misha. It's taken quite a little bit of time. Now, there have been other instances, but this is a big video for her, and so we're gonna review. We're gonna dig into it. Samuski is here. He says, mopping the floor with no white guilt. That's right. Cassie is here. I've tried to buy the book from the website, but it says sold out. Try it again. It's very interesting that it said sold out. I addressed that on the website last night. So it shouldn't do that anymore. The great Brand Danger, the great Nat, Vincent, Great Franklin, Cool Papa J Magic, One of Western Kind, East Van Tony, and more. Odin Saya is here. Colt is here. Ivan the Horrible is here. Eastbound and down, loaded up and trucking. We gonna do what they say can't be done. We got a long way to go and a short time to get there. I'm eastbound and watch your bandit run. I had that on the radio. I was flying through traffic to get back here in time. I was flying, so I had eastbound and down. It was epic. I know it's not a Christmas song. We should be doing a Christmas song. What Christmas song should we be singing? Let your friends know that we're alive. Who else is going to be doing this? Everywhere else you're going to show up. I dig into some of that. I wonder what they're saying. And nothing's changed. It's the same shit. Everywhere else you go, it's the same garbage. Nothing good. More observations. Let's see. It's nasty outside, so... Oh, the weather outside is frightful, but the fire is so delightful. And since we no place to go, let it snow, let it snow, let it snow. It doesn't show signs of stopping, and I brought me some corn for popping. The lights are turned way down low. Let it snow, let it snow, let it snow. When we finally kiss goodnight, how I hate going out in the storm. But if you really hold me tight, all the way home we'll be warm. Now the fire is slowly dying, and my dear, we're still goodbying. But as long as you love me so, let it snow, let it snow, let it snow. And now we'll dig into the anti-whiteism, ladies and gentlemen.
Why aren't I allowed to be proud to be white?
Just your skin color? Because yes, that is wrong.
You hear that pig? Right up this guy. The guy's the pig. How is their sound compared to mine? Too loud, too quiet? Let me know, please. I always, when I ask the sound on a video, I'm asking, how is it to me? How is it compared to me? Because I don't want to have a big difference. I'll modify if I can.
All right, y'all. It has to be of color.
I don't deserve men of color. Interracial marriage is wrong. I don't think white people should adopt black kids.
Imagine being white.
Hey guys, it's Misha, and welcome back to my channel. So today I want to talk about the rise in anti-white discrimination, and at the same time...
Thank you so much, Gary. Did you hear that? What did she want to talk about? I'm sorry. What did she want to talk about? I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Misha. What do you want to talk about? What? Is it anti-white discrimination? Oh, boy. Yes, indeed. That happened. That happened, ladies and gentlemen. Anti-white discrimination. Misha wants to talk about anti-white discrimination. I'm going to get a football to spike in here. That's right. Take a bow. Take a bow. Take a bow. You all did this. Why did Misha, with all her followers, say this? Because you all did this.
time every
Deserve men of color. Interracial marriage is wrong. I don't think white people should adopt black kids.
Imagine being white.
Hey guys, it's Misha, and welcome back to my channel. So today I want to talk about the rise in anti-white discrimination, and at the same time, everybody talking about how actually everything is racist towards black people, including.
No, I'm going to drive this home. I know there are hordes of scum out there that are trying to take credit for the work that we've done. We have said so before we were doing it, before it was happening, said what we were doing and who we were going to swash on, and then they say the concepts that we are swashing on them to say, and these things are spreading everywhere. What would Misha say if it weren't for us? Would she be saying anti-white? Fuck no. She'd be saying Marxist. She'd be saying communist. She'd be saying wokies. She'd be saying anything but something that benefited us. We have defeated the psychological warfare called anti-whiteism. Thank you, Misha. Didn't she just get like 3-4 clicks prettier when she said that?
Pumpkin spice lattes, apparently. So we're going to take a look at all of
We talked about that, didn't we? She does. She suddenly looks prettier.
that. But before we begin, please make sure you are subscribed and hit the notification bell so you don't miss any of my videos.
What's up, race? Y'all
Hundreds of thousands of subscribers listening to the concepts that you all are swashing. That's how you change the world, God damn it.
would not date and why? I dated a white person because I don't like white people.
Perfect example.
I got to slow this down because maybe she sped it up. And I can't. It's like the fucking chickmunks over here. It's like it's like some kind of a
Example of
What's up, race?
Make sure you are subscribed
All right.
and hit the notification bell so you don't miss any of my videos.
Okay.
What's up, race? Y'all would not date and why? I dated a white person because I don't like white people.
perfect
would not date a white person. Okay, good. I got no problem with that.
example of black privilege in today's society. Now imagine if a white person said, I'm not going to date black people because, well, I don't like black people. The internet and people would lose their
Yeah, because of anti-whiteism. It's because of anti-whiteism. Now, do you see from his perspective, I could understand him, I don't know, maybe trying to get a date with a white woman by saying, this is a prime example of black privilege. Blacks are just, they're privileged. Don't say that. Does that help you? Does that help Western kind? Does that help Westmen, men, women, and children of the West? Does that help us? No. It does benefit us to say anti-white. It doesn't benefit us to say black privilege. So when you see all of these others out, white sympathetics out there saying things like black privilege, you know that they're just punching themselves in the face because that's all they do. That's all they've ever done.
minds. We are allowed to say things that other races are not allowed because we're poor, pitiful black people.
No. You and all other non-white races and all privileged classes are able to say things that white people aren't allowed to say, specifically white males. So let's make that clear.
We've been oppressed and we're in so much need of help. So,
Every non-white group, every privileged group, same anti-white ideology.
they can't dare hold us to the same standard they hold everybody else to. I said it once and I will say it again. Black people in America have black privilege.
That's why now, because of this privilege, we have so
Now,
many
why would Misha go to that video rather than one of yours truly? I mean, look how fucking gorgeous I am. Look at how brilliant I am. There's actually rays of light coming out of my head. Have you seen the brain in a frame? That's actually my glowing brain right there. I've got photos of my glowing brain compared to other such photos. And there's a difference. No, why him, not me? Because she is reared and living in anti-whiteism. And as a consequence of anti-whiteism, she believes that her opinion is made valid and legitimate by non-white people, especially black people, because that's the angelized group. That's where the argument starts to victimize white people and then spreads to all other non-white groups. Think of affirmative action and all other privileged groups. So she thinks that gives her credibility. She's got cred. She got street cred now. No, it doesn't benefit you at all. You perpetuate anti-whiteism by doing that.
people.
Now, it'd be different if a black person, and this is where these people who try to undercut me and who try to slander me, they'll come in and they'll say, oh, but you see, Jason had Dr. Swain on and she's black. Dum-dums. If a non-white person is going to acknowledge anti-whiteism, then they are stepping up beside me to fight what's victimizing me and therefore all of the races and religions in the West. So get that through your heads. Although they can't. I mean, we just understand they can't. There's always going to be this big divide, this big gulf. It's the goddamn Grand Canyon in the white sympathetic sphere. And everybody is on one side, and then we, white positives over here in service to white well-being, are on the other. The side that's actually productive. That's where we are. But we have built a big, beautiful bridge. It's a beautiful bridge. Everybody has said how beautiful it is. We've built this beautiful bridge, the most beautiful bridge ever built. And now they can walk across, and we'll see how many actually are smart enough to come over.
Well, lying on their college essays, saying they're, 10% now because of this privilege we have.
Else too. I said it once and I will say it again. Black people in America have black privilege.
That's why now, because of this privilege, we have so many people lying on their college essays saying they're, 10% black, 50% Native American when they're not, just so they can get a better chance of getting into the university.
Exactly. And that's the same with jobs. And it's been this way, not now. That's not what we have now. I'm just, for so many years, I would hear wise older people who they would just be so like wrinkle-browed, wondering, what in the hell? What do you mean now? And I got it back then, but I didn't really own that reality. But I own it now, and I'm sick of it. Generation after generation, they come up and they nothing but impudence, and they think it's all started now. It's all started now. Look at these groups. There are people out there, Jay Spurgers out there right now, who think that they are the ones that introduced it all. They're the ones that have made it talked about Jay Spurging all over the. Really? It couldn't be more of the opposite. You're just another fart in a long history of wet farts. That's all you are.
Because they know that's what they want to see. If you had to lie about.
Now, why is it they want to see it? It's because of anti-whiteism. They want to discriminate against white people. So that's why they want to see non-white or otherwise privileged group.
Being white, just to have a better chance of being accepted, everybody would be talking about how racist that is. But when it's flipped,
of course, this is what she thinks the point is. We talk about this, and I touch upon these things again and again to drive the point home so that you can drive it home to everybody out there like a spike of truth and justice between the eyes, right through their skull, metaphorically, so you can drive it home. She is going to think that a point has been made by pointing out the double standard. A point has not been made. Think about all the organizations that have been doing that across the West forever and losing. If you're ever going to say hypocrisy or double standard, the whole purpose is to introduce the concepts that will free the person or people you're speaking to. You're welcome.
It's fine. That's fine. I believe that hate is taught.
You know what needs to happen here? She believes that hate is taught. Meme pathogen. We don't use the word hate because in the world we live in, it has a meaning. It has a strong meaning, and it always is white people feeling negative thoughts and victimizing non-white people, and so we don't do it. But you know what needs to happen is that door in the back of the room, it needs to be kicked open by yours truly. Wouldn't that be something? Boom! I just come walking in. There's like an explosion of like confetti and fire, and the confetti is on fire. And I'm like, I'm here to put it down. A whole slew of us comes in. Fornell comes in, and he's like on the guitar, rocking it. That's how the video goes viral. Are you ready, Misha? We can make that happen.
And that any race can be racist.
Okay, no. So she says here in this statement that hate is taught. That's a meme pathogen. When you use it this way to say hate as in hating another group of people, You are legitimizing the anti-white narrative by legitimizing its concepts. You can't win in their story. It's a psychological warfare trap. You cannot win there. So you don't go there. And then she says she believes that any race can be racist. Absolutely not. This is the conservative position that, in the rule book, the rule book says, let me just have a look in the rule book here. What does the rule book say? Well, wouldn't you know it? It says that any race can be racist. It doesn't actually say that it's just white. Gotcha. You're cornered. And then they beat the shit out of the conservative. And then as the paramedics come and they're like, man, you soiled your pants and everything while you were getting the shit beat out of you. He's still like trying to hold the book up. It says that anybody can be. And then the medics slap him around a little bit too. The word racist, and I've asked it before, and so many of you now are keen, astute, adroit, sagacious, witty motherfuckers now. You know exactly what I'm going to say. You know where this goes. Where does the definition for racist matter? Where is that situated in the world? Not in a dictionary. It's in the heads of our brothers and sisters, in their hundreds of millions. That's where the definition matters. And in their heads, it is something that white people do to harm non-white people and have always done and will always do until white people don't exist, till Westmen don't exist to harm non-white people. Has always been. Can I get a hoorah? Can I get an amen? That's what it is. It's so much the case that this is true, that this definition enforceable to this definition to the T is in every international company, national companies, county governments, state governments, federal governments, institutions of learning, the place you work. This is what it is. This is how it is defined and applied everywhere. Look into it for yourself. It's been my experience. That is the definition we have to deal with. You cannot take their concept and then redefine it to say, actually means something else. Moreover, the moment you use their concept, and this is the most powerful thing of all. The moment you use their concept, the moment you speak it, it is like speaking a curse on yourself. Understand these words. Maybe I've got to start talking about this in more magical sense. This is magical, the fucking gathering. Okay? I mean, what do I got to do? Lord of the Rings. What are people going to finally get? It is a self-curse, because the moment you say it, you incite, you light up the subconscious mind of your audience with all of the memories and associated emotions and statements dealing with racism, the concept that destroyed Western civilization. And what are those memories? Countless memories delivered to our brothers and sisters by way of media, entertainment media, and bogus claims in the real world, 99.9999999 squared % of the time, bogus claims where non-white people are being just horribly harmed and persecuted and beaten and bludgeoned and decapitated, and then decapitated several more times by white people. And then the attendant emotions, all of this is taught in Go Free, by the way, which you have no end of people pilfering and trying to claim that they did and existed before. Like I just showed up yesterday or something. I've been here for decades. I know all the way past. I'm older than all you mother. I know exactly what's going on. You bring up all the attendant emotions, which is just absolute abject misery and sadness for non-white people, and enmity and hatred and feelings for revenge for white people. So you want to incite that. You want to elicit that from your audience. and then try to say, well, that's going on in their head. It says here in the dictionary. I mean, give me a break. I've been dealing with morons for so long. Let's get back to Misha. Misha, what more do you got to say? What more do you got to say, Misha? Okay, so never use that concept. We talk about that. Anti-whites are giving that to you. Let's see if she uses that. White supremacy is a virus. No, this would be read more like white supremacy is a virus. Like other viruses. Not die until there are no bodies left for it to infect. I mean, do you really hear? That's demonic shit right there. That's killing off white people. That is making sure Oprah style, some white people just gotta die. That's Oprah style. Only way to stop it is to locate it, isolate, extract it, and kill it. Whiteness. You see, this is exactly what I've been talking about when it comes to the concept whiteness for how long? Why do I have to battle so many people? Why do you have to battle so many? Ask yourself this. Why do I got to battle so many people? Ask yourself this. You can explain something because they're fucking stupid. That's why. I mean, that's just what we have to accept. They have terrible characters and they're stupid. Imagine not being black. What the hell's on her head? She got out of the shower and left 2 loofahs glued to the back of her head. What the happened?
Now we have black parents encouraging.
Can I get some loofahs glued to the back of my head? That'll be cultural appropriation now. You see that? You see that white guy? He had loofahs on his head too. I'm going to take my brush, my back scrubber. I'm going to glue that to the back of my head. And then they'll say, that's the new symbol of white supremacy. Did you see it? It's just a common shower brush. But now you see what they've turned it into.
Their children to hate white people. We also have white parents encouraging their white children to hate themselves.
Okay, that's a great point that she makes there. It's not just black, though. Stop beating up on the black people. What's your deal, Misha? What is your deal, Petrov? Leave the black people alone. You have all non-white people who are anti-white teaching their children to hate white people. And you have all white people who are anti-white teaching their white children to hate themselves. And this is some of the most painful stuff. Remember what I was saying last week, that I sought money, and First Last actually refreshed some of my memory. He's been around for a long time, not as long as me, but he's been around for a long time as well. And he remembers the guy, the director as well. When he wrote me, I was like, oh shit, you're right. That's exactly what it was. What he was trying to do, what he was trying to fund. I tried to get money to do these studies to prove that white people suffer from white noir as a consequence of us being white guilted and as a consequence of anti-whiteism. Imagine if these studies could have been conducted. And first off, they didn't like white noir, and they didn't like white guilting as a verb, and they didn't like any of that. They didn't like any because you, Jason, you wanted to do something about the problem instead of just observe the fuck out of it. We just want to observe it. How thick? I got to get like one of them old style of glasses that were the lenses like this before they could make contacts to take care of those things, and just put those on so my eyes look like they're this big, because that's what these people, they just want to observe all day long. Could you imagine? But no. This is why white people are doing this to their children, and their children are suffering horribly from white noir. Look it up. Have somebody in the live chat explain it to you that are already going free, but it's time for you to go free. That's why this is happening.
And all white people.
What does it say? A white dude winked and blew me a kiss? You know, in all seriousness, in baseball, you all know I played baseball and made the bad decision to play college football rather than go into the minors, professional baseball. And when I was on base, one of the ways that I would, if you know baseball, the pitcher will look over at you on base, whether you're first, second, third. He'll look around, look at you to walk you back to the base, get you closer to the base, because he might throw, and then you could get out, because he doesn't want you to have a lead. Because if you have a lead, then you might try to steal the next base, or you might get further than the next base if and when the ball gets hit. And so one of the things that I would do when I was on base, because I was shameless, is I would wink and blow kisses at the pitcher. You never seen him look away so fast. That was funny. I might have even grabbed places on my body, but anything to make them look away. So this young black child, he's fired up about something. Oh no, somebody flirted with his mother. So a white guy flirted with his mother, and he's gonna go whoop his ass for that. Look at him.
Not even your skin color. Like, go find somebody else. Walk with your little friend.
Here's an interesting video.
So he's saying, not your skin color, but of course that's just trivializing what he is instinctually feeling, which is it's a different people. Go find your own people.
I want to look at
White people have culture.
White is not it's not a culture. I can't relate to you just.
White is not a culture. I could go on, and I'm not joking, for hours talking about we could really talk about all the different elements of what is white, and saying the same thing, Western culture. It's actually limitless. It's insane to me, and it has been for so many years, that white people could be taught that there is no white culture, when it is, you can spend a lifetime investigating. And normally what white people will do, they make the error of going right to, have you seen ballet? I mean, it's true, ballet. Have you heard classical music? I mean, we're talking here, now you're like taking all of high culture, which you could have historians come in, you could have experts, and they could seriously talk for semesters, some college semesters, and not get anywhere close to the end. Seriously. I don't know that the same could be said for all other cultures. I mean, you could do your own investigation about that. Some of them are pretty deep, but others may be shallower. I don't know. But you miss all of this. It's so limitless. Like relations, expectation. We talk here, mores, expectations for the behaviors between men and women, for the expectations for behavior between adults and children, between humans and animals, humans and the environment, and on and on and on. Every bit of music that is played within the West has been either totally or to some degree influenced by white people, and therefore white culture. White culture, to say that there's no white culture is to say there's no white biospirit. It's to say that we don't have our own. That's to say white people don't have an instinct. We don't have a biospiritual projection onto the world. Just doesn't exist. That's what they're saying. Every other race has an instinct. Every other race has a biospirit that they project onto their environment, but not white people. Culture is your biospiritual projection on your environment in its aggregate with the others like you. This is why you can't have multicultural in one place. There's no way to blend unless you have blended all the genetic differences, which cannot be done, out of humanity. And then by doing so, you would have a race. Unless you did that, you're going to have, for example, white individuals projecting their biospirit, their instinct onto their environment. And then in our aggregate, that projection is Western culture. And when we build civilization, it's Western civilization. It is everything we fucking do. And look at this guy with his reddish brown hair and his red beard and his fair skin. This is the picture of pure psychotic sickness. This is the picture of white noir. To say that there is no expression, there is no white culture. That means if there's no white culture, to sum it up, there is no white projection. If there is no white projection, you don't exist. You can't exist and not project something. You're going to project what is natural inside of you, or if you are white, anti-white, you are going to sense what's in you and invert it and project that onto the world because of your illness. It's one or the other. It's not none. You have to be dead to not project culture. Do you get it? Dead. So white people out there, if they were listening to me 25 years ago, then this would not be a problem today. I can assure you that, because these champions, these knights of the white table would have joined back then. And look at what we've done in 7 years. Look at how much further it would have been if from starting 25 years ago. You wouldn't have sickness like this.
Because you're white.
I think you could say that for any ethnicity, though.
So throughout history, all of the dances, the music, the art in Europe, let's say, that none of those people have culture. That's not.
One of the things I really dislike about it, I love our specific dress and dance and etc. in Europe, but that's not the only place that we have culture. For God's sake, white people, wake up! The white Canadians, therefore white people. Americans, therefore white people. Other people can have citizenship, non-white people, and they can be wonderful. Many of them are wonderful, wonderful contributors. But there is no Canada without white people. There is no U.S. without white people. There's no New Zealand or Australia or South Africa without white people. Are those places just a carbon copy of some place in Europe? They have not, their expression and hue of Western civilization is no different. Give me a fucking break. There's an enormous, nobody would confuse. Nobody, and you could even do that within these countries. Within the United States, you find individual hues, beautiful hues of Western civilization. So let's not do this. Let's not say, don't yield all this ground in a conversation with yourself or with an anti-white and say, well, it's culture when it's a Polish girl in the age-long dress of the Poles. No, it's that and everything that we create.
Culture. Have you ever attended a history class? Ever?
If we were all black, could I relate to you guys if just because of the color of our skin?
Yes, because they go through very similar experiences, like they'll get discriminated against, and you're not getting discriminated against because of your skin color.
You see, that is a perfect example of why you do not debate these people. I've said it before and I've said it again. I teach a lot of things here, and maybe that's why we don't have 5,000, 30,000 watching live, 50,000 watching live. It's because people can't learn. They're too dumb. They don't want to do anything to change the world, to change themselves. They just want excuses, and I don't give them excuses. So when someone, let's say example, an anti-white comes to you and they attempt to use logic to make their point, use logic in return to defeat their argument. But when they use fantasy, when they're fantasists and they're using emotion, use emotion.
That's why they have a culture. And white people don't. Both black people and white people have culture. Being oppressed.
So do you see the difference between how she responds to his position? Let's listen to his position again and see how she responds to it versus how I just did.
Just because of the color of our skin?
Yes, because they go through very similar experiences, like they'll get discriminated against, and you're not getting discriminated against because of your skin color.
That's why they have a culture. And what?
So you see, That's why they call. I'm so confused. It makes no sense. The typical conservative. I'm so dumb, and it just makes no sense. There, let me just scratch my noggin. That was a big point I made. Big point. And meanwhile, Daily Wire is up my fucking ass with advertisements everywhere I go. Daily Wire. I opened the closet this morning. Fucking Daily Wire. Benny jumped out of the closet. And I was like, whoa, Ben, I didn't know this about you. What the fuck are you doing in my house? And he's like, buy Daily Wire. Everywhere.
White people don't. Both Black people and white people have culture. Being oppressed has nothing to do with it. This is so weird. This is so silly.
It's so weird and silly. The conservative approach. Misha, we can empower you, Misha. Come to me. Come to Papa Russia. Come to Papa Russia. We will empower you. What do I got to do? I knew this Russian guy. He was an adult when he came here. And we were talking, blue collar guy. And he's like, let me show you my house. And I was like, all right, cool. Pulls out his phone, starts showing pictures. He had like gold paneled the entire king house on the inside. I was like, wow, man, that's a very peculiar taste you have there, but it definitely is reflective, definitely shiny. I am proud to be white.
When you hear I'm a proud Black person, I think empowerment, I think strength, I think courage.
Listen to these things she's saying. She's been programmed with these things. The psychological warfare operators who are anti-white, who are devious at every level, from really smart to really dumb, are all endeavoring to victimize white people at every level. There doesn't have to be like a top-down, there is no ongoing like top-down effort, or you don't have to imagine one, because it's taking place all the time at every level already. And I know that's hard to compute. It's hard to compute for it technically impossible to compute inside the human brain. But it's hard to view. It's hard to understand. Try to take in your imagination, in all its detail, an aircraft carrier. You can't even remotely come close to it. You can see like the general outline of an aircraft carrier in your imagination. You can imagine you're seeing other little elements on the carrier in your imagination. But to see any particular parts of it, you have to zoom in with your imagination. That is a great way to understand the computational power of the human brain. Higher IQ, in most cases, enables you to see more of the ship than others. Lower IQ, you see less of it. It's like a beam that's looking at it. It gets narrower as the IQ gets lower, and it gets wider as the IQ gets higher. You're hearing what this white female has been programmed with by way of entertainment.
I think when you hear I'm a proud Black person, I think empowerment, I think strength, I think courage, I think, all these amazing things that the Black community has done and accomplished throughout the years.
You hear that? Has she seen any of that in real life, her lived experience?
Then when you say I am a proud white person, already there's so much like hate. Yeah.
I'm a white person. She immediately is feeling, all this is coming from that subconscious brain. That place where all of these memories and emotions have been stored. You're seeing that come out of her right now. You say white person, totally evil. I want you to look at this kind of a tubby girl here, and I want you to appreciate the fact that society is composed mostly of her. Now, try to understand, try to apply to that these ideas, programs, suggestions for recapturing our destiny or arresting our victimization that you have heard elsewhere. And understand that is the human material that you bump up against. That any of these things, do you need any more, excuse for why all these other vehicles, all these other ideas don't work? why they can't work. You have to address Tubby Tub here. The Teletubby. You have to address the Teletubby in the room. It's the 800-pound Tubatelli in the room. You've got to address it. And then you have the opportunity to move forward. You are welcome. That guy, he's just being paid by Jews.
Involved in that. Why aren't I allowed to be proud to be white? What makes it wrong?
Look at this one, like, brave, healthy. And I wish that she could be brave and actually feel this. She says somewhat agree. She's like on the line there. She's positioned herself. Regrettably, I would guess, if I had to bet, that it's a contrarian nature that's playing a larger role. But I would love for it not to be.
Yeah, what are you proud of? Just your skin color? Because yes, that is wrong.
So black people can be proud though?
Like we were talking.
So there's I'm so confused. As our numbers shrink and shrink and shrink, and the conservatives keep saying, I'm so confused. It's weird. It's weird. It's weird.
Talking about as a proud black person.
It's weird, like that time I bought the orange juice and the lid was already opened and there was already a little bit missing and tasted kind of funny. It's just weird.
They've been oppressed.
But what you can do is say, yes, black people, you can be proud of being black, but white people, that's racism. Like, actually do something impressive.
That is anti-whiteism. That's not making a point. I think she thought she made a point with really big eyes. Let's watch again. Let's see. Does she use the big eyes? Could you imagine these big eyes are probably her bedroom eyes?
Black, but white people, that's racism.
Oh, look, those are the bedroom eyes. That's racism. No, stop using that, Misha. We love you, Misha. We want you to be empowered. I'm having a little bit of fun. You're a great person, I'm sure. And if you want to be empowered, we are here for you. All you got to do is use some. You could just use a couple more of these concepts. You already used anti-white. Use anti-whiteism. That's what all this is. But making big eyes and a confused look is not a point.
Like, actually do something impressive. That would be something to be proud of when you achieve something in life. But just talking nonstop about your identity, what did you do to achieve that?
Oh, no. Are we hearing Peterson? Oh, God. It's Kermit the Peterson. You didn't do anything, so you shouldn't be proud of your people. Ladies and gentlemen, I will submit to you, knights of the white table and ladies and gentlemen who are here, I submit to you that right there, you just saw the flaw in the genetics of the white race. You just saw it. This total confusion, this abject, squalid confusion about why one would take pride in their people. No other group of people seems to suffer this. Only white people seem to suffer this. And of course, it's the billows are put to the illness, the weakness by the anti-whites. They want to fan that into the biggest flame imaginable so that it consumes us from within, which exactly is what it is doing. So it sounds like the conservative, you shouldn't be proud of your people position. And I want you to remember this. Everyone derived from a demolished and eviscerated, vitiated people is radically diminished thereby. Unspeakably diminished. If you are just a person in the totality of the present and the totality of time, you are nothing but a mote of shit. There is no connection. If you're waiting to find meaning and something to be proud of, and your single solitary nothing, there are billions of people on this planet. At present, your contemporaries, you are nothing, absolutely nothing by yourself. You are worse off than an ant without its colony. You're worse off than a bee without her nest. You have nothing. You don't exist. And now you add to that, not just the present, but all time, all past and all present. How much less are you then? You are only strong and have meaning as a link in a chain, as a brick in the cathedral, as a spire on the castle. That is the only thing that makes you something and strong and meaningful. I never felt more power in my life than when I was in junior high school. And my story, my nonfiction called Crucible, you can find out all about it. And by the way, a little bit of a smaller version without the images and everything like that is in Born Guilty. When I found out that I could take pride in all of the great deeds of the white race, that those deeds were in me, that I could do great because those deeds were in me, that I could be something because those somethings were in my past and in my contemporaries. That was an immense joy, an immense boon, an immense wealth. Only a thief that wants you dead would tell you otherwise. And that needs to be screamed in Jordan Peterson's face.
Nothing. That's like saying, I am proud to be human. I did so much to get to this.
No, it's not like saying you're proud to be human. If you lived on a planet with humans that were all identical or closely related relative to other groups of featherless bipeds, then you could say, look at what us humans did. That's not where you're at. So don't go to the hypothetical. You have a real world and a real life to live in. And there are real white little girls and women that are being gang raped right now because you're doing this shit. Not you personally, Misha, but because conservatives are doing this. There are real white teenage boys who are getting in the way of tyrants at teenage levels and young adult levels and adult levels, and they're being stomped into comas, into vegetative states, into death because conservatives keep doing this shit. The blood is on these people's hands. If for any people, for any group within a body of people to take the lead in the defense of that victimization, they have got to crush those who are in the way. The first foes are white people who are white sympathetic and who keep getting in the way of the remedy to our victimization.
Point to be human. What? I was born a human. Okay? I am so proud of being a woman, guys. I am so proud of being white. I am so proud of being a human.
She's saying that in jest, obviously. You can tell. I am so proud of being white. That feels really good in me. That feels fantastic. I'm a scion of the glories of all that Western kind has done. I love it. I absolutely love that. The dignity bequeathed to me by these epic glories of my people throughout time, everywhere we've gone. I got chills thinking about it. They don't want you saying that because of the power it gives you. That's why they don't want you using those magic words. And unfortunately, they have infiltrated conservative circles with these anti-white ideas. And now they're going to tell you, oh no, it's meaningless. It's meaningless to say that you have pride because of the way you were born. That's meaningless. Well, everything else would be meaningless, by the way. Everything else that you didn't do. Are you a proud Christian? You didn't do it. You can't have any pride. Are you a proud Canadian? You didn't do it. You can't have pride in that. Are you proud that you became an engineer? Well, you didn't create all of that science, so you better drop that pride. That can be applied everywhere.
so proud of living on planet Earth. That's like saying you're proud of your hair color or your eye color. You did
No, those are totally different things. You can conflate these things that are unrelated. Let's keep rolling.
nothing. So let's take a look
You did
at this
nothing.
video.
Having a big problem with having understanding pride in being a member of a glorious people and their great accomplishments and personal achievements. That's what they're conflating, and it's a lie. You see how they lie to you? Now, Misha's not intentionally lying to you. This is what she's been taught, and she's been taught wrong. She can learn and be much better. But there's a big difference between pride in your people and how that empowers you versus a personal accomplishment. Graduating is a personal accomplishment. You can't say that you have pride or you're going to celebrate some stranger's accomplishment, personal accomplishment. That would be bizarre. That's why they conflate those things. What do you say? The black guy said he enjoyed fried chicken. I'm not even. He's laughing. The black woman behind him is laughing. And the other black woman behind her is laughing.
I love it.
I am proud to be black.
All right, y'all. That's what I'm talking about. Hand clap for y'all. Yeah.
I'm glad that we all strongly agree. Yeah.
We family, and I love being black.
Let's say you experienced a lot of racism, but you succeeded despite that, right? You got through.
So all of the black people in this little video study thing that somebody did, all of them are like proud to be black. Here's the thing. Conservative blacks are not going to disagree. So you can see this isn't an issue of politics. Conservative black people, anti-white black people will all be able to say they're proud of being black. White conservatives draw this dividing line. They become like the delineator. I am the delineator. And I decide now that if you take no pride in being white and you don't acknowledge it, then you are a good conservative. But if you take pride in being white, well, then you are an evil monster from this anti-white narrative, and we will hunt you down inside the body of the conservative movement and throw you out. So who is sick and who is healthy? Clearly the white race is sick, which pisses off a whole lot of the explicit white sympathetics, because they all think that they are these like Aryan, just Superman marching Ubermensch. By the way, I had another one of these guys reach out, and I think I tracked him down, said, about me, you're so ugly, and I would mop the floor with you. I found one of his arrest photos. I think it's him. I might have to show it to y'all. This like 50-some-year-old, hideous, flabby, total jackass. But he's got like this Aryan crusader online.
Through it. That's something to be proud of. Okay, that makes sense. But just saying, I am proud to be black. I am proud to be white. Okay, that makes you experience a lot of racism.
Yeah, we family, and I love being black.
Let's say you experience a lot of racism, but you succeeded despite that, right? You got through.
Okay, totally submitting to the anti-white. No, they're not. None of them are experiencing any sort of discrimination or persecution. Horseshit. Not anywhere in Western civilization. Certainly not the United States. Certainly not. With the endless programs of bringing in more blacks. What are blacks thinking? Especially when it comes to black male. What are they thinking? What more can we do for them? My whole fucking life, all the years I've been alive, I've been hit with this question. What more can be done for black people? Oh, you're hurting. Oh, you're being discriminated against. Oh, you're being persecuted, white man. Well, it was started when I was a white boy, white child. Fuck you. You need to be thinking about black people and what more you can do for them. But I'm 7. You can shut your mouth, you little racist. What more can you do? So nothing. They've experienced nothing. No discrimination, no persecution. Happens everywhere in media, though. Everywhere you look in media. My experience, my lived experience. Check it out for yourself.
Through it. That's something to be proud of. Okay, that makes sense. But just saying, I am proud to be.
And that's another thing. A conservative move is if I cede some of their points to them, they'll give me some credibility, and then some of my points will be accepted. Yeah, you got more luck with the devil, Cupcake.
Black. I am proud to be white. What exactly are you proud of again? Being born with that skin color?
And trivializing race. Race is far deeper than skin deep. And her statement about being proud to be born black is not going to be a problem for her. Being proud to be white, that would be a problem for her.
Interesting. Okay. Now, we already know this because we've heard time and time again that if you don't want to sleep with a trans person, you're transphobic.
If you're cis and you won't date trans folks, you're transphobe.
Fat phobia.
Is that real? They were saying if you don't want to sleep with a trans, an anti-white narrative, if you don't want to sleep with one. Well, what if I were to say to the trans person, if you don't want to sleep with my pet donkey, who's his name is One Hung Low, because I bought him from the other side of the globe, then you are obviously donkey phobic.
Is racist. It's anti-black.
Here's your reminder that fat phobia is rooted in racism.
That's fat phobic. Just
No, fat. Look at her face. That's the last thing food ever sees. Think about that.
like lumping all black people in one group. And
You can't have dating preferences. So many people will also say that if you are attracted to a
So, and then we've seen this before. Remember when I broke down the Sean Hannity thing, and they went through point for point of anti-whiteism, like it was a catechism, because it is, of anti-whiteism. And they were reciting. What's happening is their subconscious mind is throwing this up as orders, as edicts. And so they recite it. She's reciting it now. She's reciting the catechisms of anti-whiteism. This is what you can do. This is what you can't do. And then her objection to it is going to be the frivolous,
certain race, that's just who you're attracted to, that's racism.
Is there a race that you tend to date the most? I think black.
Don't ever do that. Don't ever recite their catechisms. There are people in the white sympathetic sphere who do this all the time. And they'll get on the mic and they're like, can you believe it? And then they'll cite the catechisms of anti-whiteism, all these different things, all these different mean pathogens. And then they'll conclude it with, eye roll.
People. Black love all day.
It has to be of color.
Could you imagine if we got anti-whites all the time? They're saying, and we can't be anti-white. We can't be anti-white when we're on the road. You can't be anti-white at work. You can't be anti-white. Could you imagine the power that is? These are black people saying that they only want to date black people. Good for them.
It's necessary, I think, for someone to be able to have some type of understanding.
So it's okay for black people to say, I exclusively date black people. But then if a white person says that.
Here we go back to the hypocrisy, double standard. Doesn't this at any point, now, like I said, I've been around for a long time. So when I am hearing these things for the 500 millionth time, and I begin hitting myself in the head with a baseball bat, you understand. Have you reached that point when it comes to the different types of arguments that are made? Have you had it yet? How many times can you hear observations, for example, about black people or about Jews or about whatever, or about the Rothschilds or about International Bank? How many times can you hear the same shit over? How many times can you hear the double standard argument made by different content creators, explicit content creators in the white sympathetic sphere? How many times before you say, this shit doesn't work?
that it's racist.
Do you think it's racist to have racial preferences?
I'd say yes, there is a problem with having a racial preference.
I do tend to date white men more, which is probably why all the relationships have been awful.
Why are you still dating white guys if they suck so much?
I think a part of me is like, I don't deserve men of color.
As much as I would like to say that I...
Racist to have racial preferences.
I'd say yes, there is a problem with having a racial.
Look at this white guy. Look at this white guy. He is like at the very, no wonder he is totally targeted. The white guilt, the white noir in him is deep. It is a quagmire because he's fair skinned and has light red on that orangish side hair. So he is like the abject worst, most mocked, most ridiculed in Western civilization. So, of course, he has to be anti-white as all hell to try to, please let me crawl out of this hole a little bit. You know what else he'll do? He might even feign being attracted to males or trash cans or whatever it'll take to allow him to dig out of that hole a little bit.
Preference.
I do tend to date white men more, which is probably why all the relationships have been awful.
Why are you...
She dates white men, and that's why the relationships have been awful. All the relationships have been awful, and there is one factor that has remained the same for you. I guess I can't say cupcake. Maybe Cupcake Factory. The reason there's one thing, Cupcake Factory, that has remained the same in all of these relationships, and it's your anti-white ass. It's your anti-white ass that has remained the same.
Still dating white guys if they suck so much?
I think a part of me is like,
And then she must have said sucks, and that was edited out. White guys suck, because the person asking the question then repeats it to her. Why is it you've dated so many white guys if white guys suck? Where did she learn? Again, we're right, and we are right.
Deserve men of color?
Didn't deserve men of color. Men of color. Meme pathogen. You never use the people of color, men of color, women of color, because it excludes the white race from humanity.
Much as I would like to say that I don't, when I...
And if anybody says to you, oh, why do you have a big deal? Just any white people, I see it from time to time. Why do you have a problem with that? Just overlook it. Who cares? You just give them the Musk treatment. Go yourself.
Made my eHarmony account, I was definitely only trying to match with certain people.
You just know it's white men.
It was pretty uncomfortable.
Because of how fucking hot we are. The reality is how hot we are. The reality is how beautiful we are. That's why.
Comfortable feeling.
Why was it uncomfortable?
Because I painted myself as a racist.
She has a preference for
illness. These thoughts taking place in white people's heads, and you wonder why Western civilization is so bad off. You wonder why it's so sick. You wonder why it keeps getting worse. That woman that you just saw, she's everywhere.
White guys, you can say that.
Wasn't definitely not a conscious decision.
There's so many fucking white dudes in Seattle.
Anything but white. Also, when there are interracial couples.
I will never understand interracial dating. Them folks literally had us enslaved for 400 plus years. Wait, so you holding the entire white race accountable for what their ancestors did? Wow.
Relationships are not natural. Y'all gonna hate me for this one, but I don't give a
I also feel like interracial marriage is wrong. I don't think white people should adopt black kids.
Same thing with adoption.
Okay, so we don't want biological white erasure. So we want to see white men and white women. This is the optimal scenario. White men, white women getting married, having white babies, and inoculating them against anti-whiteism. Because white men and white women having babies, if they don't use the go-free method, which undermines the psychological warfare that is waged against us, you're just producing anti-white foot soldiers. Generation after generation. These content creators all across the white sympathetic sphere, you can go from implicit, just go look them up. Look at what happened to their children. All the way to the explicit ones. And it's like 90% of them become radical anti-whites. So if even these people who have all the arguments, all the study, all the time invested, all the concern, they're telling their children about the folkways. They're telling them about the maypole. They're telling them how it's important to be a proud Canadian or American or whatever it is. And those kids still end up anti-white. Well, there must be something more to it than the arguments that have been used and already failed for generations. Yeah? Can I get an amen? How many times are you going to repeat the arguments and the vehicles that have already failed for generations? God have mercy.
If you see a white parent or white parents adopt a black child, sometimes you'll hear them say, oh, but that's a white savior complex. Maybe their priority is to give this child a stable and loving home. Literally.
Maybe it is in those cases. Maybe to some degree, but to some degree, when white people adopt non-white babies, it's because of white guilt. That's what it's. They are intentionally, when they adopt the non-white baby, more thought is given in most cases, in my opinion, to not adopting a white child than to wanting to give love and care to a non-white child. They just it's like with every Democrat or Republican policy out there, where they are going to supposedly benefit this non-white group or all non-white groups. The key is, and you can bet money on this. Go to Vegas with it. You watch any bill that come forward in America, state or federal, you watch any bill, and if it's going to help non-white people without victimizing white people, it's DOA. It's got to start with victimizing white people. Then they can do better for the non-white people.
Just a hatred for white people, because the white person must be evil. They must be inherently racist. How could they actually love a black child when you're actually promoting diversity? When you have this beautiful example of love and acceptance. Nope. Black belong with black. White belong with white. Backwards. Supporting segregation because you think all white people are racist and evil. That's all racism. You know what's not racist though? Pumpkin spice lattes.
And that's the end of this, I think. Yeah.
I'm going to keep drinking my pumpkin spice latte because I'm white.
All right. And that's where she has ended it. We're going to move on rapidly. I'm going to just give you some very brief updates on Derek. And we're going to be getting to the Jesse Waters, reviewing Jesse Waters, Elon Musk, and what he said about the advertisers. Give you the input that matters. Remember, I'm the guy who makes the predictions that are always right to one degree or another. Usually 100%, maybe 95%. Elsewhere, you see people will make predictions, and then they will go and paint a target around where they threw the dart against the white wall every single time. We'll be talking about that, and we'll get into, of course, Israel knowing Hamas's plan, which I know folks are interested in that kind of thing all the time, because the other side of the world, that's what matters. Really quickly, I just want to take a look at live chat and see if there are any of these deleted comments. See if there are any tags for me or any deleted comments that are worthy of speaking to. Remember to tag me as No White Guilt. Bros and Bros is here. White Advocate, Kingdom of Vinland. Coconut, hello, sister. White Girl, hello, sister. Cool Papa J Magic, White Girl again. And Jody is here. Hello, sister. Machiavelli sucks. Hello to you. Moving along. Moving along. Moving along. Who else do we have? Hyperborean Jim. Hello and welcome. Rolling, rolling, rolling. Keep them doggies rolling. Boy, the streams are swollen, right? Rain and wind and weather, hell bent for leather. Wishing my gal was by my side. All the things I'm missing, good living and good kissing, are waiting at the end of my ride. Hit 'em up, move 'em out, hit 'em up, roll hard. All right, I don't see I don't see. I'm moving through. Melissa's here. Hello, sister. Samuski said he's guilty of dropping pride in our people. Everybody is. They've all been forced. All white people growing up. You have to constantly. That's why I said when I was in 11 to 13 years of age, junior high school, I had like a general pride about America and a little bit more specific about being a Southerner, being from the soil, the blood and soil of Virginia, a magical place on planet Earth. And then I suddenly realized that I could have pride in all of our accomplishments and heroes. And it was like I began to glow like radiation. Jay Bishop is here. Hello, sister. All right, we're going to get to the next Inquisitor. Hello, Gary. Archangel is here. The screen jumped on me. Where did you go, Archangel? You were here a moment ago. First Last is here. Great to see you. The lexicon, never cringe, now binge. Well said, brother. Well said. Webster Online Dictionary now has a legitimate definition for the term anti-white. Amen. We did that. We did it, and we're still doing it. We are the people who have done things. When are white people going to finally figure out that complaining and being a bitch about what's happened to us never accomplishes anything? We did that. They ripped these words, anti-white, anti-whiteism, out of the dictionary decades ago. And they were clearing them all away because the anti-whites know if you don't have the concepts to defend yourself, you can't defend yourself. Oh, but words do nothing, right? Words do nothing. The chanter is here. Hello to you, chanter. I know that some people celebrate the historic title of Aryan. And the reality is, though, in the real world, in application, in the use in the white sympathetic sphere, it's just become this name out of a video game. And you have to go after those people, like this guy. He was like the Aryan Avenger or whatever, that was saying how ugly I am and how he would mop the floor with me. And he's like in his mid 50s, late 50s, hideous as all hell and flabby and pathetic. You got to go after those people. I wouldn't want those people titling themselves after a title that I used. Al Hengel is here. Who else? We're going to get into our next story. I just saw a tag from Franklin. And what's going on here? Oh, a guy wanted to use the term ethnic European instead of white. No, it doesn't work. And maybe I will take a moment, but we're already behind. Joe is here. God bless, no white guilt. Use white because everybody accepts that is white people, this group of people. And within all our variety, you can use Westman, Westmen or Man, like human, or Western kind. But we are not all ethnic European. We are not all, and also includes people who ethnic European to the average white Canadian, American, Australian, etc. A whole group of people who are not actually white. Whole groups of people who are not white. People who live in Europe born now for generations after generation of generation who are not white. So, and in Europe, we have the problem of our brothers and sisters still drawing these stark lines between themselves when there's no difference whatsoever biospiritually, drawing these stark lines saying, oh, it's just we are so much different than them. Some of them going to great lengths trying to claim that they're not even white when they're obviously white. So it doesn't work there either. So I don't know what resisting using what is clearly working. Why? What the fuck is going on? Why? I got a tweet I put up the other day and I say, logic, this doesn't work and that doesn't work. And so we have, this is our way. You can't vote your way out of this because of this logical argument. You can't violence your way out of this because of this logical argument. So we have to address the psychological warfare with the tools that address the psychological warfare. And then some guy wrote and said, nope, need a dictator. Are you fucking kidding me? Are you kidding me? Just go away. Just piss off. You look at something, an ad comes on and it says, well, you can't get more mileage out of your car this way. Logic. You can't get your more mileage out of your car this way. Logic. But we have a way that works. And then you just say, nope. More mileage when the moon moves a little further away from Earth. Okay, something else you don't have power over, something else that is not going to happen as far as your lived experience ever. So what are you even doing? What are you thinking? Why are you showing up? We have something that works. Stop trying to recommend things that haven't worked. Like I haven't been doing this for decades or anything. I haven't looked into all these things. You're just going to show up and tell me had a doctor on your mother. Give me a break. No, do this instead. The reason why is because you go to the rest of the white sympathetic sphere and it's all about sharing your impotent, flaccid opinion. We are here about changing the world. If you want to change the world, then you change your life and change the world. Take up the Go Free method. If you want to give your opinions about how to change things, look yourself off in Elon Musk style. Joe Gerard says his son was born and he's beautiful and healthy. Let's applaud for a son of the West who has come into the world, going to be a real champion. God bless you, Joe, and your family. Son of the West has arrived. Nothing going to stop him. Let's get into our update on Derek. Derek Chauvin stabbed 22 times by federal inmate who says he attacked him on Black Friday as symbolic connection to BLM. How many of y'all believe that? Total bullshit, right? What did I say? What was it last week? About Chauvin and how he needs to end up dead, generally. Now, I'm not saying I want him dead. I don't. But I'm saying just for the anti-white narrative, anti-whites need him dead. So that this whole narrative of what happened there with him and some other people we won't name, what happened there can just be down into the history books without any pushback whatsoever, because nobody's going to care about a dead cop once he's gone. So I said, maybe that's how he ended up in a prison, a particular federal prison that's known for, among federal prisons, where they all have people getting knives, making razors, making weapons, getting weapons, and killing and using drugs and everything, maiming in prison. This one, as we read from the news, is known among all of those as exceptional. A jail, a prison, even where an inmate had a gun. Somehow he had a gun. He didn't just take it off of a guard. It was brought to him in the prison. Somehow this happened. He ended up with a gun. I don't know exactly. You can check it out for yourself. So Chauvin ends up at this place. And I said, well, isn't that interesting? Because it's almost like exactly what we were saying. He needs to be dead so that this narrative, this story out of the anti-white narrative can never be pushed back against. As long as he's alive, there's a possibility he'll be coming up for parole. He'll be begging for parole. He'll be pushing for parole. He'll be pushing for etc. There could be stories about he's suffering in prison. You follow me? He moves him there, and then he's attacked, stabbed 22 times. So many injuries, according to one article. They were filling out the death certificate as they were trying to help him render aid and get him to the hospital. He ends up, now we didn't know who did it. Now the news comes out a few days ago about who did it. Some John Tursak is the guy who they say did the 22 stabbings. And what's interesting about this guy is that he's Croatian. He's said to be Croatian, who was a member of the Mexican mafia. This is a very peculiar situation, don't you think? This Croatian guy, or Croatian descended, member of the Mexican mafia. And this is the mob. This is not like it's a wannabe. This is not like just a gang somewhere. This is the mafia, all right? Cut your heads off, mafia. He's in the mob. Now, 20-some years ago, this guy becomes an FBI informant and turns over information about the Mexican mafia and other ne'er-do-wells to the federal government. Now, while he is doing these things, according to him and court record, the FBI said, do what you got to do, when he said, I can't continue with this unless I do this horrible crime. I can't continue with that unless I do this horrible crime. So Tursak said, the FBI said, go ahead and kill those people. Go ahead and do it, these horrible crimes. After his period of informing seems to have come to an end. And again, research this all for yourself. I'm sharing what I've researched. I'm sharing what I've read, which might not be right. Check it out for yourself. After that all ends, he's prosecuted for the things that he said the FBI told him to do. And he argued that in court. And the court said, we don't give a shit. So he goes to jail for a very long time. It's like 20-some years ago. He's been in jail for all this time. Now, he was getting close to getting out of prison, which is probably not going to be a good thing for him, because he was an informant on the Mexican mafia and other ne'er-do-wells. He is oddly moved to the same prison where Chauvin is being housed. It's a curious thing. It's one of those things that make you say, like that, what was it, like a rap song from the 80s or a rap from the 80s? Things that make you go, He's moved to the prison, and then he stabs the living hell out of Chauvin with a knife. It might have been one of these shivs that they make in prison. And then, and initially tells one story and then tells a different story. And the different story that he told was that, this was all about Black Friday, the sale. Black Friday, the sale, not black people. There isn't a Black Friday that I know of for black people, but the sale, putting businesses into the black is the claim for the businesses, out of the red on their books. So it's kind of interesting. It's another one of those where if he didn't have a reason, then people might speculate about the reason. It's one of those moments, like he didn't give this reason at first, apparently, and then all of a sudden he came up with this Black Friday reason, the sale. And curiously, the FBI interviewed him in prison about the stabbing, which is something that I read only happens in 2 cases. One, where the inmate is an informant and currently informing. So it appears by my casual reading that his informing period concluded 2 decades ago, but maybe I'm wrong. Check it out for yourself. The other reason the FBI investigates people, inmates, in cases like this, apparently, is because a hit was ordered. So who, I wonder, if it was a hit, ordered the hit on Chauvin? Again, it's almost like Chauvin needs to die so that this anti-white narrative will stay in place. Now, if that's the case, who would you think would be behind it? Well, if you look at the way we properly, maturely describe the world and how things actually operate, it could be any anti-white at any level. It could even be this Tersak guy himself thinking about, I'm going to get out of jail in a couple years, 24 or 25, and then I'll be dead. So I might as well go ahead and stay the rest of my life in prison, and then at least I got a fighting chance against the other shiv wielders. Could be anti-whites in the FBI. There appear to be a lot of FBI agents that are anti-white. Kind of seems like the whole department is anti-white, doesn't it? With all the news that comes out. It could be anti-whites, solo anti-white, anti-white and NGO, anti-whites anywhere. But if you listen to others, you're going to get, well, I guess it was World Jewry that made the decision. Or it was the New World Order that made the decision. Or, I mean, can you imagine the childishness, the superficiality of that thinking? There are no adults left in the world. Or is it that I am this much, and the Knights of the White Table, this much brighter? And that's why so many of these people, they can't follow. They can't follow. They just want it put in a child's terms because that's all they're capable of. And so that's where Chauvin is. Now, what can we predict for the future? Again, Chauvin is a liability to anti-whites. Generally, him being alive is a liability. How much longer will he survive? We hope for as long as natural life will take him. But we understand now he's limping around in a walker. And that's not good. 22 stabbings. Everybody thinks Hollywood, and you get stabbed, and in the next scene, the guy's walking along with like a bandage and a little bit of fake red blood there, and everything's okay. No. Nerves are severed, tendons, ligaments, bones are chipped, all kinds of horrible things. Organs could be punctured, all kinds of horrible things happened. So the likelihood that he's just fine now is nil. So best to him. He could also become, as the years go forward and things get worse and worse for white people in Western civilization. Because remember what we've articulated here from the very beginning. This wasn't a persecution of this guy. He's anti-white too. Anti-white, married a non-white woman, and helped with children who were not white. He specifically went out into the world and found groups that catered to non-white children in need, and that's where he gave his time, his charity time, as I recall reading about him. The white race was on trial. You and me were on trial. You and I are in that prison getting stabbed to death. That's us. Realize the importance of this. That's us. That's you. That's me being stabbed to death. As things continue to get anti-white in the world, they continue to get worse. If Chauvin's alive, he could become a cause celeb. White people could start, more and more white people could start thinking about, that's me if we don't turn this around. That's my future if we don't put an end to this anti-whiteism. And that would be something anti-whites don't want at every level. An anti-white guard on his own, an anti-white prisoner on his own could make the decision. It doesn't have to come from the Rothschilds, okay? You're welcome. We're going to get into Jesse Waters. I'll run my eyes down the screen and see how many people have tagged me. If you haven't tagged me and you had something interesting to say, then you're a dumbass. But I hope you did tag me so we can see the interesting things you have to share. That seems mighty fast. No, it's only there. How's that audio compared to me? Let's do it again.
Last night, we told you about the most famous 9-year-old in America, a young Kansas City Chiefs fan.
How is his audio to mine? Is he much louder? Is he same? Is he quieter? I might be able to turn him up. Let me know as I take a look at the live chat and I see Thunder from down under. Lunda, great to see you, brother. He says, nothing interesting to say, but my presence here makes things much more interesting. Yes, it does. Great to see you. Franklin said, audio is a little low. Let's see now.
Dressed up for a game against the Raiders.
That looks like as loud as it gets.
All he did was everything that diehard fans do. He painted his face, threw.
Now, this is a short story. We're just going to look at it quickly before we get into Musk and find out what's going on there. But the reason I wanted to mention this is because this is the exact kind of story that conservatives love to get righteously indignant about. If this little boy had been stomped to death while the attackers were saying the white race is evil, he deserves to be cut into little pieces, conservatives would be loath to want to make a big case out of it, to be righteously indignant over the purpose of the attack, because that is defending the white race against victimization, which they don't like to do. As if you've ever noticed, they really don't like to do that. They like to turn it into an abstraction. This is valuable to a conservative mind because it's a proxy position. It's a proxy argument. They get to wage war against foes, and they love that because a foe can't fight back. A foe doesn't injure you. You're not breaking any anti-white moral code of the day by going to war against a foe. But in this case, this proxy position, they can really be gallant. They can polish up that armor, head on out into the public. And it's important to understand that this is what conservatives do, because they're never going to give you the arguments that will recapture our destiny. This is not going to recapture our destiny.
On the headgear and went to the stadium with his family. No different than what you see every weekend in Arrowhead and Vegas and Pittsburgh. But male.
And then they show, what was that guy? Probably a black guy if I looked back. But to say, look, it's legitimate because a black guy had war paint on for the game as well. Just like we saw on Misha.
Karen at Deadspin only showed half his face, the black half, and accused the 9-year-old of wearing blackface. Quote,
Whoa, righteously indignant. Wow, Jesse, you're going to war on this one. Thank God we have Jesse Waters.
Found a way to hate black people and Native Americans at the same time. And the media piled on.
The kid is still in full racist garb. The only part of him that's not intentionally kind of racist is the black part. The rest is...
Everybody can see. This is so banal. It's so trite. It's so pedestrian. It is a non-story. Everybody can see that these are absolutely delusional, wacko anti-whites. But Fox News isn't going to say that they're anti-white. Jesse Waters is not going to say the obvious, that they're saying this about this kid because he's white. Is he? No, because conservatives don't want to defend white people on the basis of our race. Isn't it fucking weird that day after day, Jesse Waters and the rest of Fox News has no problem mentioning the peoplehood of Jews lately when they are being attacked? But when it comes to white people, it's suddenly an abstraction.
team colors and he's going for just being a fan, but the racism is already in there, just not the kind that the right is picking up and flogging Deadspin with over a 5-year-old kid. Like, the stupidity of this is remarkable.
It feels like we're in the Vegas residency phase of racism.
And that guy, Dan Lebitard, who accused the 9-year-old.
It's a double standard. Wow, you got him, Jesse. You got him. You got him, good boy. You better, good boy. Good boy. One Scooby Snack. He does look kind of like a dog. Come on, Scooby Snack. You got a Scooby Snack. Jesse Waters. You got him in the hypocrisy.
Of racism wore the exact same face paint on his face last year. There he is.
Oh, boy.
That's how ridiculous this story is.
It's ridiculous. It's kind of like Misha saying it's silly.
And the blackface hoax gets even more ridiculous the more we learn. Here's the 9-year-old Chiefs fan posing with the Raiders cheerleaders. Do any of them look like they think he's racist?
Oh, boy. There are all non-white girls. Wow, I didn't notice that at first. Those are all non-white females, and probably the reason why this photo was taken. Hey, those non-white people don't think he's racist, so therefore, ergo, look at him. He's there with the non-white girls, and they're busy appropriating our hair colors, and they don't think he's racist, so you got it.
I only see smiling faces.
Oh, he only sees.
And when the young fans started to Tom,
is he going to start speaking like Scooby? Is he not a dead ringer for Scooby-Doo?
Hawk Chop, the Chiefs players joined in.
Oh, boy. And so we have to also ask the question, how healthy is it to take your young white child and make him a fanatic about sports ball, especially in this day and age? How bad? I tell you, it'll go all the way past where South Africa is today, and you'll still have these neutered, gelded, you have the castrated white fathers out there who are dominated by their wives, and they can't have any bit of masculinity in their life, except they might get a man cave, which I'm sure in another 5-10 years will be a man closet that they'll get, and then they'll take that away because the woman gets to have all the closets space, and all he can do though is he can channel the little bit of faux masculinity into sports ball as long as he's worshiping non-white athletes. Who's this kid's? You want to bet if this kid gave the list of his favorite players, they would all be non-white? How healthy is that? This kid should be inoculating himself against anti-whiteism. That's going to teach him he's less. He's half. He's not a good athlete. He can't be a good athlete. He is got to be deferential to non-white people. He's got to get on a knee. I mean, that's a question to ask. Was this little boy getting on a knee a couple seasons back? Too young? Was his daddy on a knee? Okay, so the cheerleaders are all non-white, and I didn't see any white athletes there.
I'm just having such a hard time keeping track of all this racism. But again,
oh, you got him, Scooby? What was the other one's name? What was his partner's name? The human Shaggy. Oh my God.
Gets even more ridiculous. The mother.
It gets more ridiculous. As Misha would say, silly. Do we have these people pegged? And I mean, not in that way, because no way. He ain't bad looking, but no way. Do we have these people pegged? Explicits, implicits. We know exactly how they work.
Of the young fan is saying her son is Native American. It turns out Holden Armenta,
what?
the 9-year-old getting slandered, has Native American blood. His family lineage, the Chumash tribe.
I was just saying, don't we have him pegged? Now we have the conservatives saying he can't be racist because he's non-white. Wow. Wow. It's almost like I figured all this out so long ago, and I've been yelling into the wind. I've been yelling into this torrent of idiocy. in the white race. So, do we live in an anti-white hellhole? Has he and all his audience, would he be able to say that if his audience wasn't pre-programmed, wasn't programmed with the idea that you can't be racist if you're non-white? You see, even the conservative people who would say, I got a dictionary that says racist is anybody, are the same ones that will reveal that they don't even believe that with comments like this and with viewership that would watch this and agree. Oh, whatever the kid's name is, he can't be racist because he's non-white. They're like roaches. They're like roaches, God. Great spirit of the West. They're like roaches. How do you lead roaches?
They hail from California, an ancient people with a rich history on the Pacific coast.
Oh, ancient. I wonder if he would ever say that. I wonder if Scooby-Doo would ever say that about the white race. An ancient, magical people with a rich history. And you know what? Being shirtless here, maybe they were playing shirts and skins on the basketball court, or maybe in this case it would be shirt or skins and feathers, and this guy would be cheating on the basketball court. But that's culture. That's definitely culture. You can think of anything you want in our grand history, and that's not culture.
Holden and his family used to live on the Chumash
Culture.
Reservation.
Culture.
So if anyone's entitled to paint their face and wear a headdress.
Culture. You know, I thought when I was at, and I'll go to the grand high culture because this is their high culture. I thought when I would go to the ballet that I was in the presence of my people's high culture. I thought so, but no, that's not culture. This is culture. I actually agree that this is culture. It's their culture.
Dress to a Chiefs game. It's
Culture. Except, are these materials made from machines that white people produced? I hope not. I hope they were able to reach these colors with natural tanning practices for leather. I hope that's what it was. I hope this is all natural and done natural, not been in any way influenced or produced with the machinery and creations of white people.
Here's Holden at the Super Bowl last year.
Okay. You know what? He's white. This is what these absolute conservatives. Well, look at him. He's clearly non-white. For all the white people out there, that think, you know, and white people up to, it's still probably going on. The boomers out there, they were just the worst. Every single boomer alive. There might be one or two that didn't. If you're the ones, then take a bow. They said to all their children, oh no, we're special because we have, and then they would name one of the tribes that had been shown over and over in Hollywood. It was never any of the smaller tribes that were unknown. It was always like the big ones. And then in later years, people started, are you sure you were Comanche? Well, actually, I looked into it some, and we were actually the whatever. Really? Let's see the DNA report. They all do that. Why do they do that? White guilt, white flight, trying to white flight away from the accursed identity of being white in Western civilization. We were already defeated, my friend. People talking about, well, you know, it got bad the last 5 years, got bad the last 10 years. Folks, we've been defeated for generations. It has been awful for generations. When you look back, people don't understand that. Like my joke when I started, it's all about perspective. You look back like 50 years and you're like, well, the anti-whiteism back then doesn't quite look like it was today or is today. And so it was better then. Things were better. They were much better. It kind of sped up maybe in the 80s or the 90s or what. Listen, what you're looking back on 50, 60, 70 years and you think that's the white race, you're looking at something that's already sick with anti-whiteism. And you're thinking that's the white race. We don't even know who we are anymore. If you put a people into captivity and injury for generations, they have no idea who and what they are and could be. It's not back in the reasonable past. Let's continue with this group of American Indians.
Holden can wear whatever he wants.
Oh.
And Americans can wear whatever we want. We agree, and Kansas City agrees too. It's why the Chiefs fans are.
Mestizo Carf pointing out a great point. Plains Indians may have had DNA from the Solutreans. I think all of them did. In my humble opinion. And people who have researched this, look into it for yourself. And none of this is accepted as credible science, even though the head of the Smithsonian Institute used to be head. His ass got fired when he came out and he was like, there's a whole video. Find it online. Maybe I'm making it up. Look up the video online of him being interviewed. He was actually interviewed several times. He brought people in the back to show them the spear points from Virginia and other places, and that were identical from, he claimed, to spear points made in southern Europe, where it juts out there, Iberian coast. That's another name for Solutrean, was Iberian. Look it up for yourself. Maybe it's all bogus. But there's something very mysterious, because science was teaching the West the only thing that made sense, but it undermined the anti-white narrative, was that how did people get to the Americas who didn't cross the Atlantic? Well, they said they came across this land bridge because when they went back in time, they say the fossil record showed that there was a land bridge. It was dry. You could walk across it. And now it's underwater. Now they don't teach this shit, I understand, anymore. I'm sure because it was never true in the first place. But they said that's how they got here. But there was a question that I asked all the way back in elementary school out of total ignorance, not knowing anti-whiteism was going on. Teacher, why do the American Indians not look like the Asians? Those are the folks that came over, right? And I don't know. That's a good question, Jason. Well, I didn't have the answer then. But many years later, when I learned about the hypothesis about Solutria, Iberia, when I learned about this hypothesis and the stories held by some of these tribes about white giants with blue eyes and this sort of thing, they would have been giants compared, of course, to potentially some Asian peoples that they fought them, they killed them, they took sex slaves and this sort of thing. And then you end up with a people that doesn't look like, so it seems to kind of go together, doesn't it? Seems to kind of already fit, but it's probably all fake. Check it out for yourself. Investigate it for yourself. I don't give any time to it because I'm not looking in the rear view. I'm looking for right now and tomorrow. Are white kids going to be butchered and raped and murdered? Is Henderson going to be murdered tomorrow and his family of 4 or 5 or 6 or 2 or 1 or whatever it is, children, going to have to go without their father? And I want to prevent that from happening. And so I extend my hand to people throughout the white sympathetic sphere, implicit and explicit. If you want to stop bitching and complaining, if you want to stop doom documenting, doom dissecting, and doom divining, and actually put effort into preventing our victimization, you're welcome here. Leave all that shit behind. You're welcome here.
We're planning to wear black and red face paint to the next game to show support for Holden, who's not only a proud Kansas City Chiefs fan, he's a proud Chumash Indian.
Oh, he's a proud... Scooby is saying this with a straight face. This white-ass little boy saying that with a straight face.
Let's bring in Holden Armenta and his father, Bubba. So, Bubba, what was going through your mind the second you found out your son had been targeted like this?
It's been a lot. It's been a pretty crazy couple of days.
Wouldn't it be great if his dad had said, it's a bunch of anti-white POSs?
Was mad, upset for him. Mad that he's upset. He's pretty devastated. I mean, he's seen the videos and everything posted. He's excited. He's all over it. It was his dream to get on the Jumbotron. And I've had family and friends call and, oh, we saw you on Sunday Night Football. So he's excited. But then everything else came up and it's been a little bit of a spiral.
Holden, how are you feeling right?
How could you not even speak out against the people who are victimizing your son? This guy is totally, he doesn't have balls. After he fathered this kid, I guess it was over. His wife bit him off. Or no, she wouldn't do that. She'd cut him off. She didn't want to even touch them.
Right now?
It's okay because a lot of
I would say these anti-white motherfuckers who said this about my boy. There ain't no white men anymore. What a joke.
kids at school are getting excited, but it's starting to get me a little nervous because if they go a little bit overboard, it's a little scary.
I bet it's scary. It can be a very overwhelming experience. How has the community been in terms of support?
Okay, so far.
Good. And you're a football guy, right? Don't you have practice in a few minutes?
Yeah, we're getting ready to head out the door for all-star practice.
What position do you play?
Wide receiver and free safety.
That's amazing. And how big of a Chiefs fan are you?
Come on,
Really big.
And what does it
Because
mean?
we went to the Raiders Chiefs game last. Really good.
So Bubba,
he asked me 10 minutes. He asked me 10 minutes ago if he can paint his face before we go live.
I mean, he can do whatever he wants. He's a great patriot. He's a great American, and he's a great fan, and everybody.
He can do whatever he wants, and he's a great patriot because he's a football fan. Come on, this kid should be learning how to defend himself. He should be first and foremost being inoculated against anti-whiteism, because where the mind goes is where the body goes. Then he needs to also be learning how to defend himself, how to make a fist, how to use a firearm, how to use other types of weapons, how to, his time as a child is the training for adulthood. That's what he should be learning. There's no hope for him to play in the NFL.
He loves Holden. But Karen over at Deadspin doesn't. Bubba, would you like an apology? What would you like from Karen at Deadspin?
Let's hear what Bubba has to. Bubba. Have you ever met a Bubba that's been tough? My whole life. It sounds like it would be a name for somebody who could be tough. But for me, it's never been. All the Bubbas I've met have been like this. So what would he say? Let's hear what Bubba has. Maybe he's going to suddenly get some backbone. But I'm doubting it.
You know, I don't even know what to think about that. It's a little too late for that.
It's a little too late. What would you like to say? It's a little too late.
The damage is already done. It's, worldwide. Now there's comments all over. There's, disrespect towards Native Americans and towards my family.
Holy shit! He did not just say that. He did not just say that. Not anti-whites. There's been disrespect to white people, but disrespect to Native American? You mean American Indians, for one thing.
We worldwide. Know what to think about that. It's a little too late for that.
So that, folks, am I right? Am I right? Is the Go Free method right? Anti-whiteism and what it is, meme pathogens, and at its very center is the anti-white immoral moral imperative. What did you just hear him express? That social morality, that anti-white immoral moral imperative. White people don't matter. Non-white people matter. They've disrespected non-white people. That's a sin. He just expressed that. The whole world is made up of guys just like that. Have you been seeing how I've been tying this together? What vehicles of ideas, of observing the behaviors of anti-white, of Jewish people who are anti-white, of observing the behaviors of black people who are anti-white, what of any of this and all of the other vehicles out there are going to work against a population of people like that, where they think anti-whiteism is the highest morality? None of it works. That's why we're in the state we are today. The evidence that I'm right is society, is history, is facts, is our current plight.
The damage is already done. It's, worldwide. Now there's comments all over. There's, disrespect towards Native Americans and towards my family. We never in any way, shape, or form meant to disrespect any Native Americans or any tribes. The tribe we're from doesn't even wear that type of headdress. This specific headdress is a novelty piece. It's a costume piece. That's exactly what we had purchased it for and wore it for. not in any disrespect towards any Native Americans at all. And it's been a whirlwind of comments. It's a 9-year-old boy.
Alive, I bet, Holden.
Yep.
Forever, huh?
Who's your favorite player on the Chiefs?
Oh, wait.
You guys.
Patrick Mahomes.
My
that
Eagles
guy?
beat your Chiefs a couple weeks back.
Somebody look up whoever that is. Let's see who his favorite player is. It would be nice if it were a white guy, but he probably would be an Indian if he could make it that. But
Super Bowl together. And if the Eagles win, we'll figure that out.
cares?
Good luck at practice. Good luck for the rest. Well, Karen from Deadspin thought he was onto something when he decided to smear a 9-year-old. Now, we know Holden's not a racist. He's an Indian. He's a fan. He's a patriot. So Karen's backpedaling. He just deleted this. Quote, for the idiots in my mentions who are treating this as some harmless act because of the other side of his face was painted red, I could make the...
You see how nice that black guy looks? That anti-white black guy. This is like the norm. This is who you're going to work with. That's your neighbor. And you're gonna continue with the old ways and just have more and more of these anti-white, ordinary people.
The argument that it makes it even worse. Y'all are the ones who hate Mexicans, but wear some...
He could make the argument that it's worse that there is red on the other side of his face. Of course he could. And inside the anti-white narrative, he would have the weight of that narrative to work for him, of that social morality to work for him. Where is it working on? On the Holdens and their parents and etc. and everybody else we've been pointing out of the West. That's why it works for them.
Sombreros on Cinco. Here now, former ESPN host Sage Steele. So what's up with this guy, Karen?
It's no matter where you go. I mean, you go to the anti-white side, they're hiring all non-whites. You go to the conservative side, they're hiring all non-whites. It just doesn't matter.
I love that you're going with the Karen. First of all, he's got some issues, I think, that is established now. And I will say I have intimate knowledge of Karen in the way that he has taken a liking
She has intimate knowledge of him. Look at him. He looks like a totally nice guy.
to attacking me. I'll just say this to give full context for people who don't know much about Deadspin. Last year, they put me on a list of top 10 idiots in the country. And the title, Jess, you'll love this. At number 6, Sage Steele, who is the Black Candace Owens. I'll just leave that there. That gives you some perspective because I think.
Oh, God. They were obviously being flippant. And this is the conservative. Boy, they're dumb.
Candace is black too. But anyway, I wrote down a quote from the actual article because people saw just the headline, but Karen actually wrote this about this 9-year-old kid that he, quote, found a way to hate black people and Native Americans at the same time. He's saying a 9-year-old found a way to do it. Here's the problem with people like Karen and so many.
And don't use Native American. If you're looking for tips from me, if you're looking to go free, use Indian, American Indian, Canadian Indian. You tack Indian onto a group that they would otherwise say are the originals or the first or native, because all of that is not designed to empower those people. Are they empowered in their lives by that? No. It's about disempowering you. It's about saying you are a freeloader. You are an interloper if you're white. Do not use their mean pathogens.
Many other, frankly, media members out there today is that they are making money by doing this. These companies, whether it be Deadspin or ESPN or many other places, are hiring reporters who are focusing just on race and sport. If they don't create these narratives and go after 9-year-old kids, they don't have a job. There's no money in it. So my fear is that this is.
And why is there money in it? I love when these libertarians come up and they're like, it's all about the money. Except what's the market, you cowardly anti-white bitch? If the market was not anti-white, then there would be no money to be made by anti-whites spewing anti-whiteism. So the issue is anti-whiteism, not money. I just despise all these people. I've been right for so long. I need the mega wealthy to show up and just take what's right and force it on the rest. That's what needs to happen. Take me, force me out there, shut everybody else down. That's what needs to happen. I've been right all along.
This is just going to continue because they continue to hire people like this to stir the pot and make things up, which is only doing what? Dividing, when I think we should be celebrating a 9-year-old kid who's out there being a kid. He's not in his video.
Okay, here it is. They're just dividing us. It's just about getting us to fight with each other. There isn't any demon group. It's just about getting us to fight. That's all. We need to come together and miscegenate and we need to white erase all of our customs so they don't offend all the people we come together with. Fuck you.
Video games on his iPhone or doing something bad. He's cheering for his team, and that's what sports is all about, I thought.
So you're saying that the bosses at
It's a sacred thing. It's sacred to be a sports fan. And that's what the whole white sympathetic sphere, they're just fans, observers of the socio-political landscape. Come on. Let's get to Musk.
Karen got traffic. Karen brought attention to Deadspin. Karen got clicks. You're really, they don't even care about the controversy. Oh. They just like controversy for money.
No. Scooby, you dumbass dog. It's anti-whiteism. They're pushing anti-whiteism. They don't want controversy for controversy's sake. Do you see how the conservatives, they always lead you away? They always lead you away from the obvious, the productive, the thing that will stop these little white boys from being victimized. Can you see it now? All these Mayberry morons, after listening to Scooby-Doo here, saying, I saw this thing on Scooby-Doo the other night, and these wokies, they just want controversy for controversy's sake. Yeah, guess nothing can be done. You have that new brownie recipe? And that's what they're all about. And it's the same thing. These same people who are doing the voting, which is why you always get these gelded, pathetic bitches for wannabe half males. They're always like these kittens. Just look at all these politicians in the Republican Party. Just look at them. They're always like these kittens that have had already been castrated, had their claws taken out, and their teeth pulled out of their heads. And then all the sewing circle can say, that's a good one. I feel very secure with him. I feel secure with him. I think he's likable. I think I'd vote for him. He's a total wimp, pussy bitch. And so I feel safe. So he'll get my vote. Look at the way Pence talks. This is all of them. This is what they all are, because they know that such a massive percentage of females of the white race of both sexes are going to vote for the wimpiest guy they can, because that's where they feel safest. It's like they're deciding who is going to help them when they're broken down on the side of the road. That's every one of their votes. If the guy gets over and he's like, hi. Would you like for me to help you? I'm a jellyfish. I think it's good to submit ourselves to women and children. Or the guy who shows up and he's like, I know how to fix that. And it's dirty because he's been working all day. And he's got plaid on. And he's in a beat up truck. No, not voting for that guy. Let's vote for the guy that I'll feel safe with. That if he decides to do something a little weird, that grandma might be able to take him. Those are the people who get elected in the Republican Party.
You don't doubt that, do you?
I mean, they're hurting a little 9-year-old boy.
No, it's clicks and it's money, and they're going to continue to do that.
It's not clicks and money. Let's fast forward to Musk. We all want to know what happened.
On Sunday, have they decided to there's a red hat of the media. Again, when it's just to focus on race, socioeconomic status, none of that matters. They're just there. This kind of gives me hope that Deadspin and others have chosen to focus on is that.
Look, this woman's going to make shit tons of money. I don't know. I would easily guess that she's making 6 figures a year, and Fox is boosting her. Her value then goes up. She'll get more and more pay. Any books she writes, I write a book to liberate Western kind. Got several that work and do that. A true hero's tale. And this is something that maybe I'll mention a little bit more. And nothing but suppression. Nothing. Fox isn't going to help this white guy. Fox isn't going to put me on an interview and boost my value in the public. Absolutely not. But this black woman, she'll be really enjoying her new Tesla. Top of the end Tesla or Mercedes, whatever it is that she'll choose. Big house, chandelier she wants in the foyer. Jason, though, as he nears later in life, be living in his car, living in a van down by the river.
that. People are rallying and saying, stop it.
This is a hero's story for the white race for all time. I got no problem saying it. We can talk more about it later. Nothing like that has been done ever or will be done ever again for the white race. Ever. Ever. So if white people can't find value in a hero's tale of a son of its people, a son of the West, one of their own, if they can't find value in that, they can't find value ever.
And it's taking away from actual issues when there are racial insensitivities. That's not what this is. And shame
Okay, there you have it. So this is the conservative, the pretty black woman who is going to tell you that there is racism. She's just going to say it's racial insensitivities. There are real ones out in the world, like the other one that Tucker used to always have on, Jason, whatever his name is. That Jason gets to be wealthy and have a great life for his contributions, his nothing of contribution. But this Jason, nothing
on them, and they know it.
You know what I like about you, Sage? I like how every time you come on, you always end it on a positive note.
What is he trying to get a date? Scooby trying to get a date? Come on, Scooby, you're trying to get a date? I thought you were married.
Do I really? Yeah.
Oh, you know, maybe this is what his version of what Tucker used to do. She loves that answer. Like, he hit the nail on the head. She is absolutely glowing. Look at her there. Big, pretty smile. She's glowing. Tucker, he used when he would bring that Jason guy on and other non-whites, it was always, this is the most brilliant man I know. He's the most intelligent, the most sage that I've ever met. Licking every inch of their feet. Talk about not washing their feet, licking their feet, sucking each one of their toes, pulling their shoes and socks off and sucking their toes off before and after.
Yeah, you always do. But you always have this uplifting finish as to where we can kind of take this from here. And I think we want to hear that.
I hope so. I mean, it's sports. What are we doing? This is the one safe haven. And this guy intentionally went after a little kid. Shame, get a life, really.
And she's living the life of the girl boss with that big money. She ain't married. She's girl bossing it out there in the nice neighborhood with the nice car and the nice house. And
so that's a negative, right? When I'm telling them to get
good for her. Good for her that she can get it, but
life. There we go. Back down.
There we go. Yeah, we hope he's bankrupt and the company has to sell itself.
Look, his eyes are watering. Did you see that? Look at his eyes now. That's weird, folks. Go back and watch the rest. His eyes weren't watering. His eyes are watering after making that compliment. That's emotional for him. Look at his eyes. Zoom in on it later.
Shame, get a life, really. So that's a negative, right? When I'm telling them to get a life, there we go, back down.
There we go. Yeah, we hope he's bankrupt and the company has to sell itself. But we love Holden, and we love you, Sage. Thank you so much for coming on and telling the truth.
Oh, Sage is Sage. Okay, you're so Sage.
Thanks, Jesse.
Well, how's the richest man in America doing?
Go yourself.
Yeah, baby. Yeah. Yeah.
Last week, we told you Elon Musk is suing Media Matters for fraud. You know, that nasty little outfit that juiced the algorithm to make it appear that companies' ads were running next to Nazi content.
Now, remember what I said before he even owned the place. What I said had to be done. That if he bought it, he would have to go to war against all of these anti-white entities. Do you remember that? You should say so in the live chat if you do. I said he would have to develop an entire wing of his business. An entire branch, an entire department. Do you remember that? I even said they should have their own building. And all they do is file lawsuits and other endeavors, so lawfare and other endeavors to trouble all of these different entities that could trouble him. It needed to be proactive. He was either going to have to do, what did I say? He was either going to have to capitulate to whatever they wanted, or there would be these sorts of ad issues and etc. Or he was going to have to put together this department. I even remember visualizing the building. I can even still see the building I saw. I saw beautiful, probably made by Donald Trump. and it's glass and steel and white. And I imagined it would be full of people that would say, okay, groups like Media Matters are going to be a problem. So how can we address Media Matters? Are there any lawsuits we can file against them right now? And how many can we file right now? Or can we get people hired into Media Matters to be moles? Can we get people from Media Matters on video telling us inside things about Media Matters so that we can blackmail them? I mean, you would have to go to war. Remember, I said that. He would have to go to war in the way that you socially can go to war. Do you remember I outlined all of this about if he buys, this is what he's going to have to do. Did he do it? See, my brain is just capacious. It is absolutely voluminous. And Musk, if you wanna bring me in, I'll just talk to you on the phone. Nobody will ever know that you spoke with me. You want to bring me, though? You want to talk to me in person? You want to come here, talk in person? I'll talk in person. Nobody ever needs to know. Ever needs to know. I would prefer if you maybe threw a little bone this direction, so that little manna this direction, so that we could get some more attention to the work that we're doing. But it can be completely between us. And I will give you insight from a field that I've been focused on for decades. Valuable stuff. I will provide you great value. So, he didn't do that. He didn't do that. And what's he doing instead? What is he doing instead? He's made some pretty big mistakes, hasn't he? I would have been able to tell him to be very careful about these statements, even though it was his tweet was patently clear to us. We went through it when we had little Benny take us through it, and Benny was 100% right. Musk was not implying that all Jews are anti-white. All Jews are not anti-white. Are there anti-white Jews? Better believe it. He had to be clearer there for the liars, for the manipulators, not for those individuals, but for their audiences that they would seek to manipulate. That's why he had to be clearer. But I love his attitude here when it comes to the financial blackmail, which can kill X.
That move tricked companies into an ad boycott. And here's what Musk said to a room of the CEOs that boycotted him.
There's a public perception that that was part of a apology tour, if you will. That this had been said online. There was all of the criticism. There was advertisers leaving. We talked to Bob Iger today.
Stop. You hope don't advertise.
I love this, where he just says, "Don't advertise." But this is, what are you seeing? This is a emotional, which is not where you want to be. I mean, you want to give speeches emotionally if you want to have an emotional speech. You want to touch people emotionally. Where he needs to be is probably what he does best normally. He just doesn't have these tools, which is cold analytics. That's what my head does. It's fired. I am brimming with passion, but my brain just automatically does cold logic. That's, I'm guessing, what his does. But this is just anger. Don't advertise then. Don't do it. But he knows that he can't go forever with paying loans back and essentially funding X himself. He'll go a lot longer. He'd be able to go a lot longer, or will go a lot longer, than finance would say is sane or wise, because it is his platform to speak. If you remember correctly, that's the real motivation for the purchase, not freedom of speech. It's The freedom of speech thing came along when he was looking for allies. At root, it's, and I don't think there's anything wrong with that. If I had the money to buy X to be able to speak to everybody, you better believe I would. I wouldn't, would I say that it was for free speech if I needed to? Surely it is a relevant matter. It's legitimately a relevant matter. But if my motivation was to buy it to be able to speak, I would say I'm buying it to be able to talk to everybody. If I needed to recruit allies, I would say free speech, etc. But I don't hold anything against him for the purchase of it to be able to speak to the world. You would do it too. So, but where he's at now is a tough place, because this goes to the question of what these J-Spurgs, the people who spurg out on Jews all the time and say that they're all evil. It goes to the question of that question, which is that there isn't you anthropomorphize, these people anthropomorphize. There isn't a central nervous system to the totality of that people. There isn't a single brain. There isn't a single brain trust. But this misunderstanding causes people who come into contact to bounce around like a pinball. And that's what you see happening to Elon Musk. J-Spurgs will give you a redundant explanation because they can't go any deeper. Just like they can't jump as high as I can jump. They don't have the same vertical leap. They can't go as deep intellectually, or they don't have the same processing power that I have. Just a fact, no brag. And so they want to revert to this reductive, it's a central nervous system, a central brain, and that's etc. And they're just playing you. This sort of nonsense. He is in the position where he has to win this. So a misunderstanding or this contest with X and its detractors, a misunderstanding or I was in the right is not going to be good enough. So he says in a bit of a tantrum, don't advertise then. Which, depending on the way we're viewing this, at one moment this is an emotional thing. It's unbecoming. It is unproductive for his obvious goals. And from another perspective, is badass because he's not taking any shit.
You don't want them to advertise?
No.
What do you mean?
If somebody's going to try to blackmail me with advertising, blackmail me with money, go yourself.
Look at this interviewer. Look at the interviewer goes, he's like, holy crap. He covers up his mouth because he's really trying to conceal the shock. So he's trying to cover up as much of his face as he can.
But go yourself.
I love it.
Is that clear?
I
hope it is. Hey, Bob, if you're in the audience.
He said hi. Of course, Bob is Disney. And problematic because Disney is one of these main entities that have pulled advertising, and their holdings are colossal. Subsidiaries, colossal. It's a massive amount of money. And so all along, if Elon was talking with me, Elon would have known that these people are looking for any slight, anything that they could misrepresent to shareholders, etc., as an excuse. So where does it matter? It matters on how it lands on the population. What do we know about the population? Well, the shareholders and people who go to Disney and enjoy it and all the different holdings are composed largely of the people, the population, and we see with the population, we've looked at a number of them today. So we have to speak, he has to speak in a way that deprives Disney of that ability, the anti-whites at Disney. What he wants instead to undermine the psychological warfare that is undermining us and our well-being, undermining his economic power, undermining this platform of X. What he wants to be able to do is to force the anti-whites like Bob to say to that population what Bob won't want to say, which is that Elon doesn't like discrimination against white people. And so therefore we're pulling the advertising. Bada bing.
He's talking about Bob Iger, the CEO of Disney, who boycotted Twitter and who.
Now, what I just gave you was a profound, strategically sound, proven to work articulation of a portion of the tools and what needs to be done for Musk to go from here to goal. What would the J-Spergs tell you right now? What would they give you? It's the jazz. It's the jazz. What do you want? Are you ready to mature away from stupidity? Are you ready to put an end to the victimization of white people? Then you come to me, Jason Kuna. You want more? It's the jazz. Then you go to those losers. And that's how it's going to be all the way up until you're thrown in jail like Chauvin and stabbed to death or raped to death or whatever it is. Or you're shunted off into some camp somewhere.
Who, should really get his own house in order. And good for Musk. What's the
And then the conservative, shouldn't Bob get his own house in order? Which implies that Musk has done something wrong.
point of having FU money if you don't say FU? And Musk has lots of cash, but it's hard to run a company without advertisers. Elon says he's ready to kamikaze the company to expose the CEOs who tried to control you with their ad dollars.
What this advertising boycott is going to do, it's going to kill the company.
Listen to this. I haven't seen many people saying anything about this. This is coming from an emotional place.
And you think that,
and the whole world.
He just silenced the crowd by saying, breathing stopped. It's going to kill the company. He didn't, that was without qualification. It was a categorical statement. It will kill the company.
Well, no.
And now listen, the whole world will know
that those advertisers killed the company, and we will document it in great detail.
Is that the answer you want? Is that going to accomplish anything? Is that going to do anything for Western kind, Western civilization, the good people of all races who live in the West? That it's documented, that the advertisers took it down? Will anyone care? You lost and it wasn't fair? Is that you're going to hold up that documentation over that white boy as he's getting bludgeoned to death for being white? And he'll feel better when he sees that? How about the little white girl being gang raped to death? You're going to hold up that documentation of how X was taken down? And she'll feel better as she feels her life slip away from her? This is all or nothing, Elon. You got to reach out to the people who know. You got to come to me. You need to give me the information because I will automatically compute it in my head. There is no more time. There is no lost and it wasn't fair argument. None of that will make it better.
Kelly O'Grady's a Fox Business correspondent. Have you ever heard a CEO talk like that?
No, Jesse, I haven't. But at the same time, Musk runs a private company. When he took Twitter, now X, private, he doesn't have to answer to shareholders. And he was really upfront. He paid $44 billion for it. But he said he wants to make money, but that's not his primary objective. So you hear him say, F advertisers, don't advertise on the platform. That tracks. I don't think the banks that he owes billions in loans loved hearing that. But my reaction to this is, okay, people are going to watch our segment. People are going to hear that. It's already going viral. You might not have advertisers who want at this very moment in time to advertise on the platform, though they're fine going to TikTok where anti-Semitism is all over the place on the platform. But it is going to get people to get on the platform, whether they love him or they hate him. And engagement, ultimately, at the end of the day, is what matters. And the advertisers will follow eventually.
Do you think him saying this is going to...
Again, for the conservatives, it's the money. But he is well aware of the pressure that anti-whites will put on smaller businesses, especially within the United States or within other Western countries, to prevent them of the harm that will be inflicted on them. This is social Cold War warfare. So it won't matter how much money there is to be made if by advertising on X, Disney and other entities are going to crush you, will crush your business, will move in and buy shares if you're public, will move in and pay for lawyers and lawsuits for whatever your company could be said to be guilty of, or at least claimed, for the government, EPA, to suddenly show up and claim that you have poisoned the environment. This is what anti-whites do. For the unions to suddenly strike on your businesses if it is unionized. This is what the anti-whites do. For the prices, for the goods you purchase to build your widgets at your company or provide your services at your company to suddenly go through the roof so that it's cost prohibitive to continue doing business when they're selling to you. This is what the anti-whites do. He went on to say, I don't think we need to hear any more of her. We're long in the tooth already. He went on to say that the population is the judge here. And he's going to make sure that the population knows who destroyed X. I don't care. I know it's going to be anti-whites. Everybody you name is going to be an anti-white. I won't care. And nor will the white victims. Nor will the white senior citizens in old folks' homes who are being beaten and abused, mistreated, or just having a third world level of care that they're receiving after a lifetime of work and contribution to the country. It's not going to make folks feel better who are sitting in traffic 50 miles back, 20 miles back, or whatever it is, because the population is full of a new population from someplace else. The people who aren't getting the jobs that they deserve, or the school that they deserve to get in, or the promotion, or the loans, or the grants from the government that they deserve, because there are all of these other non-white and privileged group people. None of them are going to be consoled by the evidence of who took down X. You've got to win. End of conversation. Time to get serious. I don't want to hear any more doom documenting. Hey, he's talking about doom documenting. Doom dissecting. These are the people who did it. This is the organizations they worked for. How much has that worked for us? Fucking insane. How can I be the only man of the West to have been and now surrounded with men and women of the West, Knights of the White Table, few in number, camp of the saints, in the belly of all hell flourishing, all just perdition as far as the eye can see. And this is what the white population not too interested in. We got to move on. Maybe we'll come back to get the federal lands story. We'll try to fit it in. I want to real quickly get in the Israeli story because I know folks would have shown up for that. Just to say that the Biden administration and representatives at state level are looking into and actually beginning the process of taking state land, which can end up, and articles are saying, look and do it for yourself, being things like parks, national parks, state parks, that can be built into shanty towns for these populations pouring into America. Record numbers. By the way, talking about record numbers, and I'll cover it in more detail. Yearly, according to the things that I'm reading, the money spent on the immigrants, $600 billion a year. And this is state and federal included. So please look into this for yourself. And this takes the state money, or the monies that's included from the states have already subtracted the tax contribution. So we're talking about their contributions already given, and you're coming out to $600 billion a year. We have a defense budget, the military defense that immediately ceases to exist if we can't defend ourselves. Understand that. No country would wait 1 second. $700 billion. Roughly around $700 billion. $600 billion a year on migrants. We'll come back to it. Check it out for yourselves to make sure I'm right, that I got the numbers right. The other story is that the crime wave as a consequence of anti-whiteism is not going away. It will ebb and flow, but it'll be much more flowing. And it's reaching known people in DC here. It's reaching self-identified social justice warriors that are being murdered, and well-known activists, anti-whites. It's reaching them everywhere. And it doesn't matter. This guy here, Lat or whatever his name is white guy, from what I can tell, and it found him as well. Being anti-white your whole life and putting non-white people into movies in Hollywood, not enough to protect him from anti-whiteism. We can talk about that too at another time. Let's get to this quickly here. When this happened, I came out and said, it's kind of like they knew. It's kind of like I said immediately, it's kind of like the Israelis must have known that the terrorist organization, Hamas is a terrorist organization, we're going to attack and we've been told our whole lives that one of the reasons why Israel is so valuable to the United States, and this is in the conservative circles, is because of the Mossad. Their intelligence gathering network is second to none, we were told. Best on planet Earth. CIA, nowhere close, we were told in conservative circles. We need them. If we don't have them, we don't know anything. That's why. That's the argument. That was the go-to argument. That was the reason why the U.S. needed Israel. So, and that satisfied a lot of white people in the conservative movement. Who weren't satisfied by, their democracy, so they deserve all the billions, and they deserve for us to be demonized by the totality of the world virtually, to defend everything they do, to etc. To act like it isn't an ally, but a master. They deserve it. So these arguments didn't wash for a lot of white people. There were other white people, the argument didn't wash that, well, these are God's chosen, and you just have to serve them, and then God will like you. That didn't wash for a lot of white people. But for a lot of white people, the argument that the Mossad and their intelligence gathering apparatus is second to none, we need them for America's safety. Things that have nothing to do with Israel, we're getting information on. A lot of white people heeded that. Well, come to find out that apparently the Mossad, they don't know what the hell they're doing. But then we find out just a week ago, Israel had Hamas's battle plan for a year. Analysts dismissed it. New York Times reported Thursday that Israel had Hamas's battle plan for October 7 for a year, dubbing it the Jericho Wall. But is that going to be the new place that all the American politicians have to go and kiss? They should come up with the Jericho dildo, and then, they'd all be running out there to sit on it. But the senior analyst concluded that Hamas did not have the desire or the capability to follow through on the blueprint. My opinion, bullshit. If they knew, and this is ostensibly an admission to knowing that they knew about the plan. If they knew about the plan, then they would also know, even without knowing about the plan, that certain dates like October 7, would be dates to have heightened security. They already had so much security that a bumblebee buzzes across the boundary and it's taken out by an expert Israeli sniper on the move. Both of them. But suddenly, on this day, when you would have heightened security, they're able to just blitzkrieg their way into Israel, horribly, ghastly, murdering adults, children, raping, decapitating, everything. Monsters. Absolute monsters. Innocent people. And Israel had no idea. And on top of that, they had the plan. You want me to believe that? Israeli officials obtained Hamas's battle plan for October 7 terrorist attack more than a year before it happened. Documents, emails, and interviews show Israeli military intelligence officials dismissed the plan as aspirational, considering it too difficult for Hamas to carry out. Sure. When you're dealing with countries and the lives of people, they don't dismiss shit. No one dismisses anything that has any credibility whatsoever. This is not like, I always, my neighbor was a little weird and I wondered if he might pave over my front yard, but I thought that would be illegal. So I just ignored it. I found the note from the company that he was doing business with, got an estimate for paving over my front yard. But I thought that's aspirational. And I did nothing. This is a survival of countries. They're not ignoring anything of this nature. In my opinion. The document circulated widely among Israeli military and intelligence leaders. Military intelligence chiefs taking responsibility for the failure to stop the attack, and Prime Minister Netanyahu has acknowledged that he will face a reckoning, but all have deferred questions about October 7 until after the war, which, of course, if there were people who thought it would behoove them or what they wanted in the world or whatever, if such people did exist and they wanted that, then the fact that all questions would just be held off and deferred until everything's resolved would work for them, surely. I think the Israeli people should be really wondering. They should be really pissed. Everybody who lost family, this was a major butchering of innocents, and they should really be wondering what in the hell's going on. But more evidence. We asked the questions right away. We played the video of the former Israeli soldier who was giving you her opinion that it absolutely could not have happened with all of the censored. We talked about the different spectra of sensory tools they have, and nothing. They come in and they murder all these innocent people. So only relevant insofar as the United States, it's like all news has stopped in the United States. You can slaughter white people, you can harm us to death. Everything has stopped now for another group of people. Total anti-whiteism from start to finish. We are not going to go anywhere, but we are going to take a 60-second break.
time. Get out, you're pretty. I know a better place. I won't leave you half the way. In a fair world, we could say, go and tell the sun it fades. Oh, I know why. We see eye to eye, not leaving you. Got to do something now, in it all the way. That tells me that you're bound to break. I know what you're giving. Get out right away. I know you're not fitting with the fray. In a fair world, we could say, get to a higher phase. Oh, I know why. We see eye to eye. I'm not leaving you. Gotta make do, gotta get through, make a seal that's bound and fade. Said we went down, but we reached the crown. I know the way. I will meet you between the night and day.
Let's celebrate, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to begin with our honors roll call. Get out those raucous emojis. We're going to spend the next 2 minutes celebrating our accomplishments and our honors roll call. And we're going to be starting with the all-stars of the honors roll call. I want to hear you celebrate, and I want to see you in the live chat. Get out your 007s, quadruple 07s, swashing flags. We start off with the honors roll call. These are people who financially gift automatically every month. They're glorious because they do it. Many of them also financially gift throughout the month as well, but automatically they do it. And in the honors roll call, we start with the all-stars of the honors roll call. And at the very top of the all-stars is your one and only, ladies and gentlemen, Promethean Healing, the all-star of the all-stars. Now with the rest of the all-stars, we have Joseph is over there in the all-stars, and we have No White Guilt Clip. Celebrate, celebrate, folks. I want to see you celebrate. And also in the all-stars, we have Mother of Victory in the all-stars. God bless you there. And continuing with the rest of the honors roll call, we have a Happy Cat is over there. We have Brad C is over there. We have King Petrov, Save Western Civilization Now. Wingit is over there. All Star is there. GDA is there. Greg is in the honors roll call. We're celebrating you. Mr. Walker is over there in the honors roll call. User 57 and user 58 are both over there. Actually, I need to user 57 is in the all-star segment, in the all-stars of the honors roll call. My apologies, I missed. User 57 is in the all-stars. Continuing with the rest of the honors roll call, we have June is over there. We have Joseph is over there. We have Yorel G is over there. We have Promethean Reckoning is here. Tamara is there in the honors roll call. User 15 double B and user 5E44 are over there. Mavarint is there. Zanazak is also there. I don't think I missed anybody. If you did not hear your name, your card may have expired. Make sure that you go back and you check and make sure you got the right card in place so that you can continue financially gifting. Looks like a few people have dropped off for that reason. We also have, rounding out the honors roll call, thank you all for celebrating. Rounding out the honors roll call, we have Hendrickson is over here, and we have Riot is here, and finally Maximilian is here. Rounding out the honors roll call, give it up for everybody in the honors roll call, all stars all the way through the honors roll call list. This is something we celebrate just once a month, and we love these folks. Big celebration from yours truly. The tiny that we have, folks, so much of this is going to the advertising to get by these anti-white bastards who are in a way to get by the white sympathetics of various types who are in our way. And now let's celebrate our swashbucklers. Another 60 seconds of great celebration. We want to pull up on the screen for you right now some of our IRL activity, ladies and gentlemen. Every week we do it. And here we go. Who's that on the screen? Baron White. Baron White is up on the screen. IRL in Australia, ladies and gentlemen. Say nah to anti-whiteism. Look at that. Isn't that beautiful? IRL showing up all around the planet. We have on the West Coast, Elaine Sabatino. Swash flags when you can find them. Get these people. This is called swashbuckling, ladies and gentlemen. They're going out into the world. Swashbuckling in the world. We got swashbuckling online. That's how we got the great Misha now using anti-white discrimination. Give it up for Elaine. Give it up for, you know who this is, the wallpaperer, Franklinator. He is everywhere. There isn't a town that doesn't get wallpapered. We love Franklin, ladies and gentlemen. Show love to Franklin. Swashbuckling, online, offline, every line. We have, check this out. This is Lotus Eaters using increasingly the lexicon, anti-white, Sargon, if you're wondering who it is, drop that hyphen. We'll get them there. We're moving there. Big thanks to everybody, especially Yiz the Unifier, who has been working on these intellectual individuals, getting the lexicon to them to perform the white magic. This would not have happened. I want you to really celebrate it supernova style. None of this would be happening if it weren't for us. If it weren't for us doing this, there wouldn't be anti-white. They would be saying Marxists and communists and etc. like they have for generation after generation. Check this out. Give it up for the great Misty of our community. This is over there on Watson's video. Look here at the very top. 1.7 thousand likes over here. The Netherlands needs to go free of anti-whiteism. Raise her up on your shoulders. Raise young Misty up on your shoulders. Wrap her in the flag of swashbuckling. What a wonderful thing. God bless Misty there. Getting in there with anti-whiteism. This is how it happens. We show you the before. We show you as we work at it, and then we show you when it's taken up by these content creators. There is no more proof than that. There is no more evidence than that. Week after week, no one can deny the work that we are doing here in service to white well-being. God bless. You want to know where these words came from? They're in Go Free. They've been there for years and decades, ladies and gentlemen. But it doesn't end there. How about a video? How about a video out there that has, I made a video out of a video. It's going to go up on Twitter soon, up on X soon. A video that in its original state, 3.3 million likes. 3.3 million. Check it out right here. See if you're not ready to celebrate more that would not have happened had it not been for White Wellbeing and Team White Wellbeing and all the good work that we're doing. Check this out.
Be Chinese to wear this?
You don't have to. Anybody can wear.
What prompted you to make that video?
I made that video to prove anti-white ivory tower professors like the one in your studio wrong. This video and the others that I've made like it with Native Americans, with Mexicans, with the Chinese you just watched are irrefutable evidence that people like that professor are exactly wrong on cultural appropriation.
Yes, that would not have happened if we did not do that, ladies and gentlemen. That video, 3.3 million on that one spot, who knows how many other places. This man going out there, he would not be calling them anti-white if it weren't for the work that we have been doing for decades. If it weren't for the work that the Knights of the White Table for the last 7 years have been doing, strategic thinking of forethought. We are it. We are the locus. We are the nexus. We are the source. We are the wellspring of the good that is happening. The change in the conversation about our victimization happens with us and nowhere else. Other people wondering, well, there's a change in the world. There's a change. Things are different now. Things are different. People are waking up. It's us. The conversation has changed about our victimization because of us. Ladies and gentlemen, the tweet, we're going to celebrate the tweet, ladies and gentlemen, that about the hard pill that I tweeted and that scum have shown up of different stripes to attack yours truly. How many views do you think that has? It has over 107,000 views saying you've taken the red pill. The white race is sick. It's not great, it's sick. And here are the reasons why. Time to take the hard pill. Over 107,000 and counting swashbuckling views. How many website visits, how many clicks to the YouTube channel do you think over there? Counting toward 3,000. Counting toward 3,000. That's epic swash, ladies and gentlemen. And we're going to, every one of these tweets that works, I'm going to keep feeding with dollars that keeps hitting people and getting to more folks. You better believe it. Massive, epic swash. Ladies and gentlemen, some folks, just a couple of names that I saw over there on Twitter rocking it. I've seen a couple of the names that just keep recurring. Melissa is over there rocking it. The Blue Flame is like Wi-Fi. And this past week also seeing a lot of capital punishment. I'm trying to keep my eyes open elsewhere for folks who aren't also tagging me. I know you're doing good work. I want to find you. The final thing that we're going to celebrate, suppressed for 5 years this December. Suppressed and still pushing. Suppressed and still changing lives. Suppressed and we're still here, God damn it. Give it up, ladies and gentlemen. Born guilty. We'll talk more about it later. Celebrate. Man, can you believe it? Being a part of something that is actually changing the world. How exciting is that? The world as we know it, the conversation, what I said so many years ago, what I said to people like Jared, I'm going to start saying more names maybe. What I said to so many people in the white sympathetic sphere, what I said when I worked on the Hill in DC, what I've been saying for so many years is that the conversation about our victimization has to change. We can't allow that a conversation to be abstractionized, which is what the conservatives do. We can't allow that conversation to become mired in a stolen objective, which is what the J-Spurgs do. And what all of these other white people who decide that they dislike all black people or Hispanics on the basis of their birth. They hijack the objective of ending our victimization, and they turn it into the objective of carrying out something. Usually it's just complaining about different non-white groups. They hijack the objective. We have to take the objective back from these people I've been arguing for so long. The objective has to be pure. It has to be innocent. It has to be powerful. It has to be the ending of our victimization. And to do that, we have to change the way that our victimization is discussed. Can you imagine? Take yourself in a time machine, ladies and gentlemen, back 2 decades. And you can find me at the front of a room 2 decades ago with 130 people in it saying these words, that if we don't change the way that our victimization is discussed by the average person in a way that they can grasp, in a way that they can remember, in a way that they can use and defeat those anti-whites in their world with love in some cases, with absolute battle and metaphorical bloody carnage in other cases. If we don't provide them those tools, there's no hope at all. This will all get worse. This beautiful little town you have here will get worse. The beautiful town next door, the bigger town that's already bad, will get worse. And ladies and gentlemen, 2 decades after that, everything has gotten worse. Why is that? Because they did not heed what I was saying then. And you can repeat that again and again. Follow in your time machine, the TARDIS, if you will. Follow in your time machine, where maybe you got a DeLorean to make it cooler, because the TARDIS is really wimpy and words I don't want to say online. You get into your DeLorean, type in the year 20 years ago, set fire to the pavement, and go back and watch No White Guilt, Jason Kuna then. And you will see me arguing for these things. And you will see people then rejecting all of this because why? They wanted to observe, because they wanted to hold hope out for a tyrant, because they wanted to get somebody elected that would never happen. And all of these things, I articulated how they wouldn't work, how they can't work, reason and logic and evidence. And they rejected and rejected and rejected. And here we see today, we get online. And I thought, if I can reach enough people, if my voice can reach enough, we get online and people can hear what I have to say, they will drop what they're doing for what works. And the reality, I'm afraid, is not the case. They want more excuses. They want more people who are going to tell them it's other people's fault. You didn't do anything wrong. They want more people to tell them there's nothing you can do of any substance. Sit back and wait. Sit back and hope. Sit back and cheer for things that you think might work in the direction of ending our victimization, or the hijacked objective of bad-mouthing all Jews to get them thrown out of civilization, or bad-mouthing all blacks to have them thrown out of civilization, or whatever it might be. Just sit back and do nothing. And you see it in the comments. And it's just a pernicious disease. It's our sickness. It's white people who want to do nothing but be lazy and not take responsibility and be proud in that. And that is why we need to work harder than ever to get to the good folks that are out there, the moneyed folks, the industrious folks, the creative people, the brilliant people, the moderately intelligent but hardworking folks of all stripes. We need to get to those who are able to hear the sylvan trumpets of the spirit of the West, and to come to us and to inoculate their families, to improve their own lives, and to bring these concepts to the world, the entire white world, ladies and gentlemen, or there is no hope. There is no hope. But you can see already by all the evidence, by all accounts, what we are doing is working. No, there's nothing nebulous here. If you notice that, it's not he's kind of pushing the Overton window. And that's why you see kind of a little bit of talk about this or talk about that. There's no mystery. There's no is this happening? Can we draw like a scarce outline around some sort of difference as a consequence of what this content or that content creator is doing? The fucking words have been in the book for decades. I've been pushing this, and these champions have been pushing this, and we plan it every week, and then we see it happen in the people that we are swashing on. It doesn't get more black and white. There's no mystery. We are where it's at, ladies and gentlemen. By God in heaven, let's keep pushing. Let me talk to you. I'll talk to you all. I'm building up a sweat It's like 50 degrees outside, rainy. The fog yesterday was some of the worst I've seen in the area. But I want to talk with you all. First, before I talk with you about Born Guilty, I want to say we got a piece of mail. We got a piece of mail. We want to go into the mail bag very quickly. We got one piece of mail. We're going to celebrate this champion. I also want to take a look at your financial gifts. I'll do that right after this. And we're going to get into, actually, maybe I'll start talking about Born Guilty. We'll see. We'll see how I feel. And though we're going to get to your comments and questions, we're going to keep rolling. We want to celebrate, ladies and gentlemen, the champion, Randy, the Reliable. That's what he'll be known as. He's like stepping right out of one of our European folk tales, isn't he? Randy, like with Robin Hood, there was also Randy the Reliable. And he was there, ladies and gentlemen. Look at this beautiful Christmas card. Merry Christmas. He has, look at this, is gorgeous. Let me hold it up. Isn't that wonderful? That's a beautiful thing. He sends, we're celebrating you, Randy. We love you. He says, Jason, Merry Christmas. Be filled with white cheer. May your Christmas be filled with white cheer and your new year overflow with joy and good fortune. Merry Christmas, Randy. God bless you, Randy. Another Christmas tree on the inside, a beautiful little Christmas tree. I won't show you because I don't want to even show his handwriting. But with this, ladies and gentlemen, 40 white well-being dollars. Give it up, please. Celebrate. Raucous emojis. Raucous emojis for our champion, Randy. $40 for white well-being. God bless you, man. Thank you. I love looking into the mail bag. I crack it open. When something's in the mail bag, it sort of jumps around. It jumps around like there's a little suffocating chinchilla inside. And then I open it, and the little chinchilla takes a breath of air and climbs out and gives me hugs and kisses. I love the mail bag. Thank you so much, Randy. It's glorious. Let me continue here. We will refresh. We have all of our champs have come out today. We will refresh on all of our different platforms, and we will roll, and we're going to talk about Born Guilty. And you'll be surprised. I mentioned very briefly at the beginning where the censorship started in our own community and how quickly it started. Let's go ahead and have a look at Seamus. Give it up for the one and only Seamus. Financially gifting 25 white well-being dollars. White well-being, celebrate this man. Celebrate his glorious gift to the world of his being. We love him. $25 for white well-being. And he says, for white well-being, for the Irish in Ireland. God bless you for that. Our people in Ireland need that love. Send that positivity over to our people, us in Ireland. Us. We are in Ireland. If white people are suffering, it's us. We are in South Africa. We are in Estonia. It is us. That is our people. It is us. We also have the great Slots has shown up, and he's financially gifting $2. He says, celebrate white well-being. Amen, good brother. Amen. You and I will have a talk on the phone soon. Wonderful, Slots, a great champion. Thank you for all of your service. You also have, we were just talking about her, the Lotus Eaters and the Sargons in the communities over there, the highbrows, the highbrows over there, the high tide brows over there, increasingly using the lexicon and dialectics, the lexical dialectical powers of Go Free. And it's because of Yiz the Unifier. $5 financial gift from this lovely champion. And she says, weekly folk tithe for white well-being. Kip, baby, Kip indeed. And we have, 100 saluting dollars. Let's see who can get it right first. Who just financially gifted? Break them out. Quadruple 07s. Where are you? Are you quadrupling 07? Quadrupling 07? Are you fump 7? Are you fumping 07s? Seshings 07s. Well, that just went into German. Sorry. Who is it? He says here everything he wants to say. with the financial gift itself. No white guilt clips. God bless you, brother, who, by the way, also brought us two items or 3 items from today's gathering. God bless you for all of your help behind the scenes, in front of the scenes. How can this guy is like this element that can be this most basic of elements that can be in several places at one time of light. Photon, he's like here, he's there. How can it be? Don't ask such questions. The mystery is left to clips. God bless you, brother. 100 saluting, $107, a very cool thing. Crowns, ladies and gentlemen. Swashbuckling flags. Nobody swashes. Like, we got another champion rolling in right now. Another one has rolled in. He's actually such a badass. He's throwing gems at his own feet. It's first last, ladies and gentlemen. 50 white well-being dollars. God bless you, man. There he is. Everywhere in service. Also behind the scenes, in front of the scenes, making it happen in various ways. God bless. First, last, crowns and gems for the heroes that have shown their colors tonight. And we will pull up what should be running, and that is Entropy. And you're going to keep applauding for another 50. Another 50 has come in. You might know who it is. Can anybody predict the 50 on Entropy that has shown up? He's like a real world gangster of love, ladies and gentlemen. He drives in and slides out of the back of a vehicle with suicide doors, throws it wide, slides out and is in your face. Big salute, ladies and gentlemen. DB, 50. Financially gifting $50 for white well-being is what he writes over here on Entropy. If anybody else has financially gifted on Entropy, let me know, and I will look on the dashboard. I'll pull it up over the wise as we move through. But give it up. God bless him. Mwah. A fine wine. DB50 is here with us, ladies and gentlemen. Over there on, let's see, D Live. Do we have anything? Do we have any financial gifts? Looks like we have maybe Spartan, 1 ice cream cone. No, I think that's old. We have Hartza. That's old. I think it was 1 diamond from Hartza. I think that was week before last week or last week. If I'm wrong, correct me over there. Tag me. But we do have fledgling 2 ice cream cones of cryptocurrency. God bless you. Thank you for that. Over here on Odyssey, we have, looks like we're blank there. Didn't miss anybody. Big hello to anybody who is there, who has shown up to celebrate. And we will roll back around this way. We'll continue. Things are getting good. We're going to talk about Born Guilty, the big swash of Born Guilty, ladies and gentlemen. For years on end, we'll talk about Born Guilty. Thank you all for celebrating. I'll take a look see if anybody tagged me in the live chat. Remember, if you see anybody speaking to me or trying to lure you away from white well-being, from going free with any number of arguments, tag me because with what they're saying, because there are going to be new people who show up. They're going to be susceptible to anti-whiteism. They're going to be susceptible to the arguments that conservatives and Jay Spurgs make. And we want to speak in full to those arguments so these people don't end up wandering off to spend more of their lives in the squalid, fetid refuse of these little eddies along the shit show of our persecution. So please let me know, and I appreciate that. Those who do. Davey Boyd is here. Misty is here. Thank you all for celebrating. We got to celebrate each other. And I see people guessing who the great Fornol is with us. The champion Fornol. Today, Fornol drove in on one of those earth movers because that's the kind of guy he is. You know what I'm talking about? Look it up. He drove in on an earth mover. Jules is here. Great to see you. Who else is with us? Hello. I love when I would like for there to be many more of the true, the diehard, the dedicated, the heroes who have answered the sylvan trumpets of the spirit of the West. I'd like for there to be more, but at the same time, we got people who bail as soon as we're going to get into the work that we've done, the celebration. I mean, what? Some of those people are other content creators who are watching yours truly. They get my take, and then they go give it as their own. And we see this again and again across the white sympathetic sphere. Again and again. It's amazing. Lunder says, can we just acknowledge how much of a boon 2023 has been for white positivity, for Go Free? And there's still a month to go. God bless this thunder from down under. He is so right. Has this year, we 23 to go free, has this not been a massive boon? We'll get, as we get to the end of the year here, we're going to celebrate as we're getting ready to move in to 2024. We need to, maybe what we need to do is we need to, everybody come together, and can somebody take the lead on this, so we can start getting this lead a couple places and then we can bring it together? People getting together, the big victories, as many as we can recall from this year, like Heidi's triumph, using the lexicon at her son's school, Heidi and Randy, these honorable champions, and they get in there and they use the lexicon, and we give them huge salutes, and the curriculum changes for the little white children at that moment and moving forward. Huge, epic victory. Imagine that. Imagine how small our number is and how little money there is compared to the conservative Con Inc., Big Con Inc., and how little they've done. All they do is lose. But even imagine us compared to the numbers and the money of the Jacebergs and how they've done nothing. Just look at this powerhouse. Lunder is right. Let's make that a real project. We want to celebrate. 2023 has been off the hook in the strides that we've made. White Advocate is here. Hello to you. Epic swash, says one of Western kind. I love it. Anglo America is here. Great to see you, champion. Spud is here. Hello, sister. Soon we're going to be able to have a new song as a consequence of our victories. It'll be another meaning for the word weather, a connotation. Oh, the weather outside is perfect. White Student Transmission is here. We have truth on our side, but more importantly, we have the lexical dialectical power that undermines the psychological warfare so that truth can be even seen or cared about. Because I remember in American Renaissance, ever since I was 18, 19, they were saying, we've got truth on our side, and so we will win. And then at first I was like, yeah. But then, and I know that's not what you mean, white student. You're pointing to the fact that we actually are right. You're right. But then eventually I was like, well, hold on. I'm noticing that truth doesn't win. And then I started thinking about it in the sense of, well, then truth is this innocent thing that we have to fight for, that has to effectively be pushed, and it can't stand on its own. It's like, and increasingly I saw it as this like totally frail, weak female. And like almost like and now I see it almost like as a female baby, a female white baby, and maybe even naked. That's what truth is. So that's how useful truth is against the real of the lie, the darkness of the lie, the brooding monster of the lie. 100% white student agrees. All right. And we have first last. Pointing out epically, facts don't win. Moral strokes win. Or moral stories win. Red Dog is here. All right. If you have questions, you're confused about anything with white well-being, make sure you ask me while we're here together. And I will answer them. I will explain. If maybe somebody has misled you about me and you're not sure about what I think on A, B, or C, ask me. I will clarify. Come right to the horse's mouth. Come right to the, well, I don't know about if I have a horse's mouth, but maybe hung like one. But let me pull up the dashboard on entropy just in case. And make sure that I didn't miss anybody. Okay, yes. Looks like we have a financial gift over on entropy from Wilson Bear. Financially gifting $5. Thank you so much, Wilson. And Wilson says, would it be productive to buy extra copies on Going Free and put them in book boxes? You know, the take one, leave one type of boxes, or in public libraries, like at the coffee shop or whatever. Yes. And people have done that. And it's been had quite a little bit of success. And you got to think, for folks who acquire Go Free this way, serendipitously, if they are not rabidly anti-white, there is a percentage of likelihood, maybe even for some people, a very large percentage, that they're saying, maybe even for many people, especially in today's terms, with how bad everything is, that will see coming across something like this as fate. And it will be fate. You were the agent of fate by planting the Go Free in the library, by putting it in these book boxes, by putting it in coffee shops. I have put them copies in book boxes, in hotels, in B&Bs. I bring copies. I put them places. You never know who it's going to touch. I have fancied that maybe, you drop this off in this B&B library, and then some guy's going to show up who is smarter than me, better looking than me, millions of times the wealth financially, and he's going to see it, and it's going to click, and then he is going to start using all of this. He's going to go out into the world and start using it, and with his power, with his companies, with his looks, with whatever it is, and you can go through any spectrum of different type of white people who could come across it, or non-white people who will come across it and think, my God, this will save the country I love. This will be my way to push back. And they're going to go out into the world and they're going to make a difference. Everything from minor changes to massive changes. You never know. You absolutely never know. So be that agent of fate. I remember I was in a conversation with a guy. I often have like conversation stoppers when I will give a thought, and there'll be audience will say, what? Wow. And he was talking about karma getting back at these people. And I said, then I'm the agent of karma. And that silenced him. He wanted to surrender and do nothing. And I said, no, I'm the agent of karma. And he was silent for like a genuine 30 seconds. And he finally said, well, what does that mean? And I said, how do you think karma works? If it doesn't work through people, how is it even going to work? So if you're going to have an idea here that you're going to just throw out every time you don't like something, karma will get them, karma will get them, then you damn well better be ready to back it up. Or you're just a coward. You're just apathetic. You're just looking for an excuse to be a do-nothing. So I told him I was the agent of karma. Here I am. And you see that out of the greats throughout history. They never throw everything up to chance, just like, well, maybe. Like the guy who wrote in, all we can hope now for is a tyrant. Yeah, the only kind of tyrant that we could get in the West now would be one that finishes off all white people. But let's get into Born Guilty. 5 suppressed years ago. Well, let's go back even before then. You know, for many years, I have some notes that I wrote down about it. For years and years before, let's see if I even have that here in the notes. In my notes about it. I don't think so. I just want to give like a brief, and we can return to your thoughts and any questions you might have, things going on in your life. But I'll be talking about Born Guilty again and again here and there over the course of the month. But many years before, I began writing Born Guilty. And I tell the story, which I believe is still in this version of Born Guilty, about how I told my father what I was going to call it. And then many years later, it was finally done. I wrote Born Guilty the entire time, knowing that this was not going to be able to be just another book out in the multitude of books about our victimization. It had to be different. It had to be novel. It had to be experimental literature. It had to take the reader on a journey. It had to fully involve the reader and the reader's actual life with my lived experience. Because in truth, my lived experience is a story of victory for Western kind. I knew I needed to create something special. And I studied all of the sciences I would need to know at great length, the arts I would need to know at great length. I met with and spoke with professionals inside, outside of the white sympathetic sphere. And I kept as close counsel wise, older, intelligent activists in the white sympathetic sphere, and ended up coming to 3 angles, if you will, for telling these stories, for sharing my stories, both nonfiction and fiction. And I didn't know which one I would conclude would be the most effective for our people. Note what my objective was. I wasn't saying what will bring me the most aggrandizement. If I wanted the most aggrandizement, I would have become a master of J-spurging, for example. That's how you get a lot of people giving you money and attention and demanding that you be spoken to on other shows and etc. Demanding you to come and be a speaker at different conferences, standing ovations for you, or could have gone the conservative route and been a sellout that way. I wanted what would be most effective to empower Westmen, our brothers and sisters around the world. The stories I knew already were hero's journey, fiction and nonfiction. And I figured that to tell these stories in the right way would be this Herculean effort, Sisyphean effort that would net as big a reward of the objective, a success of the objective. White empowerment, white people coming to understand that we're a people and speaking about our victimhood in a way that benefits us, individual well-being by way of group well-being, recapturing our destiny, drawing what is most important for the human condition, drawing upon a story that inspires, that is wonderful. And that's effectively what my life for white well-being has been. And so it was perfect. It was real. It wasn't flawless. It wasn't perfect in its pieces, but it was, and maybe that's better because it's human. It's not just like a epic of Star Wars or Lord of the Rings or something like this. It is the real lived hero's journey. We didn't have it. You couldn't find it anywhere. You look at the actual epics in fiction and you never find, you always find a love of your people or your group that motivates the hero, that motivates. It's never a hatred of the other. So none of these others, or it's never a confusion about what's going on in the world, like we saw so much of here, or an abstractionizing about the victimization. Like you didn't see in Star Wars, for example, Obi-Wan Kenobi saying, well, this isn't about the Empire wiping out the rebels who want a division of power, specifically us. No, this is about the concept of governance, and they didn't do that. They also did not say we have to fight the Empire because let me count all the ways of how evil they are and where they all came from and how they're born this way and all of that. None of that was there. So there's no hope of that hero's journey, nor is there hope of a hero's journey. I hope you see what I'm getting at. Nor is there hope of I'm not going to be here forever. Nor is there hope of a hero's journey in the abject confusion of the conservative movement. There are so many memoirs out there about this general or that person that's the Pat Buchanan and all, and it's not about our people. It's not about loving our people, defending our people. An attack and a victimization of our people, Western kind. And I, in my life, fought this and struggled through it and have succeeded. That is a hero's journey that can inspire millions of heroes. Are you following me? So, I struck out on this course and I began writing 3 versions, not different stories, but different ways of telling the stories and putting them together. So 3 different born guilties. And I probably got 2/3 along before I got rid of 2 of them. Every single day, no matter how sick I was, no matter how miserable I was, no matter how little sleep, no matter how little time I had, it had to be 30 minutes every day. I was going to work. 30 minutes for my people. 30 minutes. Even when I had to lie on the office floor, I gave to my people to create this. Strategy from the very beginning. Intelligent forethought from the very beginning. Not, let me take a collection of articles I've written on how I hate everything in the world and put them together and then push that out there as as something valuable to the public. That's just to make the author money. Make money again off the same tired stuff. I was trying to strategizing to create an army of heroes. Will anyone, are we going to be stomped into the oblivion of anti-whites, but to a much larger degree, the white sympathetic sphere and what the audience wants. The story. There's nothing more beautiful than this. There's nothing more beautiful out there for our people than this. So I worked on this, and I could go on, and I won't, but I could go on for a long time about all the meetings, about all the phone calls, about all the studying that I did. I could go on and on about all the headaches I had. And I will tell bits and pieces as the month goes on, but I'll leave it there for now. And I'll tell you this. Maybe the first real challenges were people in the white sympathetic sphere who told me that I shouldn't do Born Guilty, who told me that Born Guilty should be this screed about how awful Jews are. I don't kid you. Who told me that Born Guilty should be any number of other things. Who told others not to help me. That's where the censorship started. I haven't had a single step along this path in the creation of Born Guilty and 5 years suppressed since publication that did not face opposition from people who ostensibly stand with us, when in reality, they've just hijacked the objective and they want to make it about something else. So I faced unnecessary challenges from our own people in trying to create Born Guilty. Then, when it came to publication, I finally began to experience, well, even before publication, I should say, I experienced discrimination by anti-whites in the creation, toward the end of the creation. So it started off with people who are ostensibly allies of ours. Finally, it gets to anti-whites, where I offered an infinite sum of money, for example, here, to an art firm to create the artistic works I needed. I told them I was filthy rich because I just wanted to see, was anti-whiteism really what was motivating them? Because they knew the substance. They had to know the substance of what I was creating in order to be able to create these works of art. And there was no money, and it wasn't no money that could make up for it, because it was standing up against the victimization of white people. It wasn't one firm either. So I had individual artists as well that I suspected were anti-white. They got in the way. Finally, I got to Amazon, and they got in the way again and again and again in the beginning. Can't be printed because of that. Can't be printed. It was all of these little particulars. Our software now says that it's not going to fit just right, when it did fit just right. Again and again, over and over. And I had to put up with this again and again, rejected again, no again. Another 5 days, another email. Another 4 days, and another person with an Indian name telling me absolutely not, because of X, Y, or Z. Our software. Another time where I may have had to maybe trick this or trick that, where I had to use my ingenuity to get by another hurdle and another hurdle. Finally, Born Guilty, December, 5 years ago, becomes available. And the censorship on Amazon continued all the way up until a year ago, where they would randomly pull the book from the shelves and complain about this or that, until finally I had to get rid of that creative device that was in the book, a little riddle for the reader to solve for their enjoyment. Riddle books sold by Amazon. Don't bother telling me. I had it out. I would have these people approve it, go back up on the shelves, and then so many months later, another one would take it down, and I would say, "You've approved it. You've approved it 5 times." I'd have to make the case all over. But here's the thing that's really awful. As soon as Born Guilty went up, on the shelves on Amazon, I was immediately attacked by followers of Jim Goad. There were others out there as well. There were others, but the main group was Jim Goad's followers. Now, I said then, I asked publicly for Goad to speak about this, and he never said anything. Probably never heard that I said anything publicly. Maybe he never knew. I said back then, maybe he has no idea that these J-spurging, Nazi LARPing, Nazi tards, old too, down in Georgia, where most of them were out there doing their daily best to prevent people from buying Born Guilty, doing their absolute best to prevent them from buying this. They were in forums. They were in live chats. They were in threads. They were under my book in the comments saying that there was no reason to buy this book because everything you needed to know was in a shorter book and cheaper book written by Jim Goad. A bunch of his articles that he had slapped together, complaining about society, and turned into a book. So the very first comments, among the very first, were people ostensibly who care about our victimization, doing everything they could to prevent people from reading this. There were comments, not verified purchaser comments on Amazon, saying that they had read the whole book and that it was garbage and that they should buy Jim Goad's book instead. And I was talking about this, and unfortunately, my people who I thought were my friends in the white sympathetic sphere, people who have shows, they decided to say nothing at all about these lies about Born Guilty. That here's this guy that gives all of this time and energy to creating heroes for white well-being, and Jim Goad's community is endlessly attacking to prevent people from buying, which is another one of the reasons. If you get Born Guilty, whether you buy it on Amazon or not, you need to go to Amazon, you need to go to Goodreads, you need to go to anywhere you can give a review, and give the review that people like you would want to hear in order to acquire Born Guilty. No one is making anybody rich. This is about changing our people. This is about taking us out of the apathy. This is about giving them a hero's tale that they can emulate in their life. The only way it could get better than what I've actually lived is for it to actually be Hollywood and the whole thing just scripted. So here are some of the notes that I jotted down about Born Guilty. Born Guilty, actually, let me read the back of Born Guilty first. Prove you aren't racist. What is the long-term psychological and emotional cost of living in a system that presumes your guilt when you are not actively proving your innocence? What is the cost for your children? In Born Guilty, Jason Kuna recounts his extraordinary childhood struggle under the physical and psychological abuse of a society obsessed with an anti-white ideology. From the dusky halls of his private preschool through his public suburban junior high school and onward, Kuna's rebellion exposes society's suffocating use of guilt, intimidation, isolation, and character assassination to break the wills of those who dare to dissent. Haunted by self-doubt and an internal struggle to either join the herd or object and suffer the consequences, Kuna boldly refused to compromise his moral values, fighting with his words and occasionally forced to defend himself with his fists. As the face of oppression devours our fragmenting society, Kuna lights the pole star over your last hope of escape. Let me read some of my notes. Born Guilty is a frame narrative in that it is a book that contains books, a story that contains stories. So you're wondering, what is this? Do I just open this up and it's like, it all began in whatever year? You know what I mean? No, it's not like that at all. At all. And I'll explain more as I read these notes. The book contains a unique device that requires the reader to hold a physical copy of the book to properly enjoy it. The unique device is gone because I could not get Amazon to stop banning the book, pulling it from the shelves. So the unique device is gone as a puzzle and that people had to solve. And even though they sell puzzle books, it had to go. So you will see evidence, though, in the form of the alphabet on some pages. There's evidence left of the unique device. I write here about Born Guilty. You, the reader, join me in my home in the Plains, Virginia. Over a 2-day period, I serve as your host and guide. I share edifying and heuristic stories from my life while we are together. We take meals together. You dream during both of the 2 nights that you are with me. And when I leave you to attend to other matters, you read from 2 of my books, My Nation, My Fight, and Prometheus Rising. My Nation, My Fight is a book of essays and stories that I have authored. My Nation, My Fight is not available, and I don't know that I'll ever make it available because all I do is this. I talk about casting pearls before swine. And nobody, even my friends on these other shows, even my friends don't care. That's what friends are. If you can't have friends that stab you in the back and don't give a shit, we can't have friends at all. You read while you're in Born Guilty with me. You read 2 essays from My Nation, My Fight. One of those essays is called The Once Great City. That's nonfiction. The other essay, the second one, is called Institutional Anti-Whiteism, nonfiction. And you also read in My Nation, My Fight, my nonfiction book called Crucible. My period in my life where I pledged myself to free Western kind of anti-whiteism, to protect white children from anti-whiteism, and finally understood what was, to the degree that I could have, a much more experienced and nuanced and intelligent understanding of the world than the vast majority of adults have today. I write further about Crucible. It is my transformative years in junior high school, 7th and 8th grade. It is an inspirational story. I began by innocently asking peers, teachers, and administrators about anti-white ideology, and segued into an understanding of anti-whiteism and how it was harming our people. I was institutionally persecuted as well as orally and physically attacked for the well-being of our people. I wasn't slandering non-white people on the basis of their birth. How many others have lived that experience and came out the other end, the victor in that environment? In that closet, behind that Christmas tree, is the jacket that I wore when I was in junior high school that I speak about here. Many times I gave up and then continue to struggle. Prometheus Rising is a creation myth about the creation of Western kind. Story provides a narrative arc from that time to this. It's allegorical and didactic on several levels. And by that I mean that edification can be drawn from broader and narrower interpretations of the text, intentionally written that way, meticulously, painstakingly. And what is my thanks? It's mythopoetic. It's lyrical. Story is about us, Prometheus as our maker, the story of Prometheus rewritten as our maker. And it is a narrative that I wrote so that I could write narratives. I could write stories within that narrative moving forward that could further educate, edify, empower our people. Wonder how motivated I am to do that after the reception, after years and years of persecution by J-Spurgs, Nazi tards, the rest. I found the list of people that I sent copies of this to. Hundreds of my own dollars worth of copies out everywhere, and no one gave a shit. So, Inborn Guilty, there are over 200 sketches. They serve multiple purposes. I'm not the person who drew them, multiple authors. I had to wrangle flaming cats. That's what it is to deal with artists who draw, at least my experience. You have no idea. Scores of them I had to put up with. Why would I do that? What could so motivate me to do that? The only thing, could it be hate? Could hate have done it? Could it be hating anti-whites? Was that what did it? No, it's the love for what you see on the cover, dipshit. Love pushed me in all of those hours to stop this, the way we were born, to put an end to this. That's what motivated me. When not only was no one looking in and celebrating this, but they were saying, don't do it. Don't write that. Write something different. Complain about Jews. And then continue to motivate me. Creating ad campaigns, spending thousands of my own dollars. When I had our own people undermining me. White people undermining me. It was love that did this. You notice all the people who want to sit around and say, oh, you got to hate. It's all about hate. They've created either nothing, or if they created something, it was in a period where their hand was held by someone else to get through it. That's what motivated me. Scores of artists, they would get something. I showed you the one time the joke where I said, this is what I want. Oh yeah, I can do that. They sent it back to me. And it was like the kinds of drawings that would get sent to me, the liars. And I understand they're trying to make money off their talent. So they're going to say, yeah, sure, I can do that. But I mean, for God's sake, trying to have them, all of the little efforts that were made to get paid without doing work, or get paid and not have the work. I cannot count to you the tens of thousands of ways that this was a headache, a challenge beyond imagination. This is not a collection of articles of me bitching. I created a living experience. You are on a journey. You are on a journey in this world. And that's where we pick up, friends. That's where we find you. There's the beginning of your journey. You're about to come out of the woods. The pictures convey meaning in several ways. You enter where I live. I'm not present when you first show up. You see the environment. You read from My Nation, My Fight because it's open on my desk. I'm not there. You read The Once Great City. And I will read to you just the first paragraph of The Once Great City. I was exiting the nightclub when the growl of a thunderhead wheeled its way across the midnight sky. Against the backdrop of Washington, D.C. nightlife, jagged tongues of white flame punctured the darkness that canopied the once great city. And then I show up. And when I show up, I speak to you in the first person. We have a conversation. I choose to call you reader because your name is manifold to me. You eat with me. We break bread. We have meals together. I tell you stories about my life that are true, that serve as heuristics, that entertain to keep you going in the book. I made the font more than big enough to be able to get through. It's mightily segmented so that you can read a bit and feel a sense of completion and put it away and come back and start again someplace else. When I'm not with you, you read from some of these others: Institutional Anti-Whiteism, Prometheus Rising, and Crucible. When you sleep, you dream. And I have a tool here. Nobody should think that as you're reading, you know it's late, you know it's nighttime, you know it's late, I've gone to bed, and you're reading a text that I've given you to read, and all of a sudden the words start failing to make sense in the text. What might that mean? And then the words are no longer words, they're letters. What might that mean? It means that you're falling asleep. The reverse happens when you wake up. Does that make sense? The unique device that was there went from scrambled words to scrambled letters to inverted letters, scrambled letters to inverted scrambled words to the story of your dream that, of course, I take control of as the author of the book. So, to solve this terribly complex riddle, all you had to do was turn the book upside down. It was beautiful. It was fun. And the alphabet showed you which direction to turn the pages, just in case you didn't know that they had to go the other direction. It was beautiful. It was simple. And yet anti-whites used that as a reason to ban the book repeatedly, anything they could, even though there are Mensa puzzle books, etc., as I said. And J-Spurgs, Nazi tards out there who did acquire the book, probably looking for things to steal, then put in the comments that, oh, the book is just gibberish. The words are upside down, knowing that they were lying to you. This is what I faced. I tried to do something entertaining and one of a kind for our people, to become something special in their lives and in their house. And my throat is slit for it by these scum. By the scum. What a tragedy this is, that the story that I lived and painstakingly put together in this innovative, avant-garde manner is totally shit upon. The story that can engender heroes, millions of our heroes, that they could look at this and say, if it can be done, I can do it. Totally shit upon by the scum in the white race. So as I say, don't be intimidated by the size. It is, I mean, I tell every woman that. It'll fit. You'll be able to go through segment by segment. You'll be entertained. You'll be able to, there's nothing like this in the world. Nothing until some Jay Spurg imitates it. Until some cuckservative imitates it. Until some cuckservative from another race of people decides to imitate it and then gets on Fox News repeatedly and gets on the radio repeatedly and gets his entire race supporting him and saying what a genius he is. You'll never see anything like it until it's imitated. Again. Now, 5 years suppressed, still suppressed by people, white sympathetics. But as of right now, I still can't buy advertising on X for this. So you know it's not getting advertising anywhere else. As of right now, I'm not saying it's done. Fighting with them over this. But might be able to buy advertising for this. I might be able to, I might have to simplify it even further, the advertising, in order to buy some advertising. But we are at the 5 years suppressed. And you can acquire this on Amazon very inexpensively for what you're getting. It's a work of art. You can also get it from NoWhiteGuiltCollectibles.com over the course of December. And if you head over there and you get it from NoWhiteGuiltCollectibles.com, with my signature that will go into it, I will write suppressed 5 years, but still going, as the celebration of what otherwise would be an anniversary of a publication, which we can't. We have to acknowledge the suppression for 5 years. Now, it would be nice if it could be a big celebration. No one else would talk about this. I didn't even entertain the idea of reaching out to people who should be friends of something like this and saying, hey, could we get an interview about this? Could we talk about this anniversary? I didn't even bother because I already know the answer, because they didn't come through when it was brand new. They didn't come through at the 1 year anniversary. All the money I offered, supposed to be on the same side, they didn't come through. So it's to you all. And I will get these as quickly as I can. If it's supposed to be a Christmas gift, I'm a one-man band. And I will get to it as quickly as I can and get it mailed to you. But if it ends up after Christmas, then it can be a late gift. You understand. Or if it's a gift for the new year, then I'll certainly have that covered. It'll be able to make it by sometime in January. I don't expect what I should have happen. I should have what this does, I should have the response that all of these other major content creators get for everything they do. But that won't happen, unfortunately. I sometimes get the feeling that when we're talking about these things, that there'll be white young adults, teenagers in the future, and they're going to be asking, where are the graves and the descendants of the people who shit on what would have saved us? That'll be who they go and get their revenge on. So that's 5 years suppressed and still rolling, something to celebrate. It can be an opportunity for a keepsake, an opportunity to share with a friend or family. White Wellbeing. But other than that, I will take your questions and comments with the remaining minutes that we have here on this Going Free gathering. You can understand you can understand my position after fighting through all of this. We have 5 library tokens from Who to Thunk It. Says this is not a criticism of Jason, but of the general population of so-called fighters for white people. They regularly have no conscience about callousness toward our aggrieved, no camaraderie, no observation of humanity in others that they don't see in themselves. That's Who to Thunk It. 5 library tokens, and God bless you, brother. You're so right. You are so right about the landscape. I went and presented this idea several times at different levels. And then once it was completed, also to get help for promoting and everything to bodies of white sympathetic people. And they weren't interested. Can you believe it? They wanted to do more J-spurging. They wanted to do more publications of books and webzines showing IQ graphs and black criminality and Hispanic criminality. They've been doing that for generations, but they wanted to keep doing it. They did not want to do this. So they're not our, as far as I'm concerned, they're not our people. They're not our community at all. Let me check over here. Please tag me as No White Guilt with any questions that you had or have, and I will circle back. I will get everybody if I can. All right. Subscribe star is blank on Cash App. We have Western Kind United financially gifting $3. Thank you for those $3. Here's to the realization of a Western Kind United. Thank you very much for that. That's exactly what we need. United Western Kind all around the globe. White flowers, a white ring of flowers all around planet Earth. And that's that. So let me see what you all have here. Thank you all for showing up on this Sunday, this gathering, to share more of our victories, to get excited. That's what we do on Sundays. We get excited about setting off into the coming week and having other big white positive effects on the world on this, our Promethean white Christmas and Yule time of year. Let me see. I have a feeling if this is going to jump on me, and it did, but I will scroll back. Now is the time. If you have any questions, Anglo America says, how do you combat the people on Twitter who say that the words we use aren't real words? I encounter that once the anti-whites are losing the battle. Laugh at them. And I say, of course you would say that because you're anti-white. So it depends on the person, but that's a great example. Thank you for that question. Thank you, Anglo America, for being the champion that you are in service to white well-being. You have been demonstrating that you're one of the heroes that will be there shoulder to shoulder with me all the way through. And that's a heroic thing, sign of good character. Thank you for that question. And it's clear that they are, like, if we had some flubelgasty, if that was the word that we were trying, and they were like, that's not a real word, then yeah, I don't know how you would. What we are sharing are clearly real words. So when they resort to, well, that's not a real word, I just laugh at them. And I say, well, naturally you would say that because you're anti-white. You don't want the word to be real. You don't want the concept to be real because it will undermine you, victimizing our people. Thank you for that question, brother. Masumi Rabbit is here. Promethean Kitchen. I loved it when Elon Musk pretty much just flipped the advertisers the bird. He did. He went further than flipping them the bird. You're right about that. But Promedian Kitchen, yes, thank you. That was badass. And scrolling, Buscape is here. Great to see you. And you know what I'm done? We're going to be done in 3 minutes. In some, I continue working for White Wellbeing. Just don't see that elsewhere. But shit on that guy. Renault White Wolf is here. Great to see you, brother. Spud, hello. She says, I will, Jason. I will give this to my daughter when she's old enough. Oh, thank you for that. I appreciate it. Thank you for unending dedication, for your unending dedication to our people, to our people's well-being. Well, God bless you. Thank you. I really appreciate those words. Yeah, young people are really going to like the fact that they're joining me in a conversation, and they get to physically, I build images in their minds and show them images that are informing the story, informing their perception, all at the same time. White Student Transmission said he broke his artist in pretty well. Let me know if you need him. Thank you, man. I appreciate it. Where are we? Running out of time. About a minute and a half of glorious time together. No White Guild. White Student Transmission said had the same experience he had. Others in the movement are in it for themselves. Precisely. Thank you for pointing that out. Lunder. Long Schlong Jason. No White Guild. That's funny. Eric is here, watching you in replay, sharing your struggle you had with Born Guilty. Very inspiring. Thank you for sharing. Well, thank you, brother. The Great Four Null says, Dr. Ken Berry is like the no white guilt of food and nutrition. Thank you for that info. We have your work for our people is invaluable, brother. Between that and being alive, thanks to your work. Between that and being alive, thanks to your work and this stream, there's not enough thanks in the world I can give. Let me hug you, brother. Yeah, God bless you. Thank you, Masumi Rabbit. So meaningful. You don't see that kind of testimony elsewhere, do you? That's a real champion that has the ability to step forward and say that. How many other places, as we get ready to roll out here, how many other places in the white sympathetic sphere have their members ask the guy who is, close to as close as you can be here to the center, to use that person as a character reference for jobs they're getting? How often does that happen? How many Enochs do you think out there? I mean, give me a break, right? Johan says, should people always use the E in anti-whiteism? That's still kind of up in the air. You can or you can't. I do now most of the time. All right, folks. We're heading out. It's been glorious. It's been epic. I want to see you go the extra mile. Be the extra hero. Pick up that pen. Write your name into this tale. Remember, this is the last month of 23 that we have to go free. Let's make it happen on an epic level. Swashbuckling galore. I love y'all. Let's go free.